on YouTube. Welcome to our watch-along coverage of the 2025 SEC Championship game. I appreciate y'all being here inside the comment box. Please let me know where you're watching from inside the comment box. And we got SEC Championship football coming your way. This is the watch along. I will provide game highlights, everything that you need to know about the game, including stats and my analysis. Coming up, this will be a 5-hour stream, okay? Continuous streaming, limited commercial breaks on my end. And as I get going, I want to ask you about your confidence level in Alabama beating Georgia. So on a scale of 1 to 10, as we usually do, what is your confidence level in Alabama beating Georgia? All right. I appreciate you guys being here. Yeah, we've been a little bit dressed up this week. You know, it's kind of been an elevated kind of casual look, right, for this big week. I mean, I was thinking about this. So I was cutting Wake Up Bama last night, and I was just thinking about all the great things that are going on for Alabama. And I can't even imagine covering another program and what are they talking about, right? Because you know, Alabama continues to be at the forefront, whether it's recruiting, whether it's actual on the field play, whether it's coaching. It's just like Alabama, am I right? Like the program continues to drive the bus for all of college football. I mean, you look at their recruiting class, how they finished out. They finished out actually number 2 in the country on 24/7. So, man, that's a positive. You look to how Alabama ended the season. Well, they beat Auburn, right? They won their rivalry game. Coach Kalen DeBoer then shuts down Penn State. Penn State has to hire Matt Campbell. That was another positive, right? And then you look to Alabama now being eligible for the SEC championship game. And really, all the things that I've seen on TV, it seems like people still have high confidence that if Alabama is able to win this game, or if it's relatively close, no matter which way it goes, that Alabama is in the playoffs regardless. Now, we don't know the future. We don't know what's going to happen in this game. But I do feel that Alabama's resume speaks for itself. So let's go over a couple key notes in this game. And again, I appreciate y'all being here. Thank you so much for joining me right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I really appreciate you guys. And get used to Wake Up Bama. This is something that I've been posting at 4 a.m. It's a dedicated podcast to really get your guys' day going. It's right here on YouTube. So if you're a subscriber, it just automatically goes to your feed, and try to make it like 25 minutes or so, 20 minutes, depending on like what's going on. I think it kind of sets the tone of the day. And then, of course, I'm live at 10 a.m. and with you guys during the game for watch along. So we have a lot to cover. Okay, and I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. And look, I get it. Sometimes, it gets a little hot in here. It's okay. Look, I promise you, I'll walk you through it. I'll walk you up the ledge if things get a little dicey, and we'll have a good time right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Yo, did you guys see who watched College Game Day? Raise your hand. Yo, I'm serious. Did you guys notice this? And we're like 25 minutes away from kickoff, by the way. All right, and it's going to be on ABC. So watch the game, watch it with me. We'll break it all down. We're kind of like in preview mode right now. Yo, who saw this? Yo, who saw Game Day? And the crazy thing is, and I appreciate, someone gave a compliment on my blazer. I think I'm the only guy right now that isn't in pinstripes. I'm serious. So I hadn't seen anybody in pinstripe, and then all of a sudden, it's like this weekend, everybody was in pinstripe, including Coach Kalen DeBoer. By the way, he came out with the brown pinstripe. It reminded me of a 1920s kind of gangster suit. I'm dead serious. And he had these beautiful brown polished shoes. He was sitting right next to Saban, who is in more traditional kind of like a navy blazer. He looked great as well. But, man, I was thinking about this too. This. You know that when Kalen DeBoer and Kirby Smart, when they came out and like shook hands before they went on game day, that Kirby Smart must have been like, oh, like, dang, like, because that suit stands out. And the thing I have to tell you is when Kalen DeBoer first got here, he had zero drip, okay? And would you agree, like, if you're in the South, people dress up, period. Like, that's just part of life over here, okay? People dress up, go into church, you're going to a function. It's like, it's elevated, right? And I think when he first got here, I noticed that his kind of style and his gear was a little bit off, but clearly he's going through this metamorphosis, whether it be a black hoodie or how he dresses. And this was a big talking point today. So if someone's coming in with the mob boss pinstripe, guy means business. So even Pat McAfee was like, coach, that's straight gangster. Coach Kalen DeBoer, 2-0 all-time against Kirby Smart. That number doesn't matter, but Coach Kalen DeBoer is 6-1 against top 10 opponents. This is clearly a rematch of two quality programs. They seem to always find each other, and they might find each other again. I mean, so just get used to it. I know I was reading the comment box, and people were like, I'm tired of Alabama, Georgia. But Alabama, Georgia is always going to happen, okay? These are two of the top teams in the country. These are two of the top programs in the country. Kirby Smart is one hell of a football coach. Kirby Smart's not going anywhere. And, Alabama led by Kalen DeBoer, they're cooking, okay? So we got an SEC championship game. This is the biggest conference championship game and I know you got Ohio State and Indiana and two teams who are combined 24-0, but the SEC championship game still means something. And I think we are kind of getting away from championship games, and I think eventually in the future it'll be more of a playoff play-in Saturday, whereas like if you finished 1, 2, 3, that's kind of just where you finish in the college football playoffs. And I think we're kind of watching history here. It's kind of like, remember when we watched the last A-Day and we didn't know it was going to be the last A-Day? I think we're kind of on the verge of eliminating conference championship games. I really do. So just my take. By the way, while I go over this injury report, who do you think wins tonight between Ohio State and Indiana? Why don't you go ahead and comment inside the comment box? So for today, the injury report, don't let this, freak you out. All right. So we got three starters really that will not be playing today. And then you throw in Kelby Collins, who's a reserve defensive lineman. So let's go over it left all the way to the right. Okay. So we got Jam Miller. Running back, I told you earlier in the week that I didn't anticipate him to play in this game. I do feel that kind of looking at, the next couple weeks, Jam Miller is going to come back. It's a injury from what I'm told from sources that he's going to be able to come back from and still be impactful down the road. Okay, so I don't know the exact timeline, but he's not going to play. So in his place, as we know, you have Daniel Hill. You have A.K. Deere, okay? Kevin Riley, he's also out with a jaw. And then Richard Young is also available as well. It'd be nice. Fam, would it be nice to have and guess who's here? Xavier Crowell. What if, you know what I'm saying? How crazy would that be? Let me ask you something. I'm dead serious. I'm not even messing around. Do you think if Xavier Crowell, was here today, do you think he'd play? I'm dead serious. I know we get caught up, and freshmen are always better and this and that, and they're always the best guys right here. Tim Keenan's leading the team out on the field. Freshmen are, always better than the guys that are here. But, man, Xavier Crowell, the way he looked on Friday in the state championship game against Anniston, right, running for 308 yards and 10 touchdowns. Guy looked absolutely elite. He looks next level ready. The crazy thing is he's supposed to be going into his senior year. He reclassified. So your running backs for today, Daniel Hill, A.K. Deere, those will be the guys that are 1 and 2, all right? The tight end position, Josh Cuevas was a game time decision. Josh Cuevas, it seems like he's getting closer to being able to be available, and he will miss his third consecutive game for the tight end position. Big loss? Yeah, this is a big loss. I think you don't have these two starters on the offensive side. These are big losses. That Alabama has depth. That's not a shocker. In Josh Cuevas' place, you have a variety of guys that probably see the field today. Most notably, that Caleb Edwards is going to see the field as a tight end. That Marshall Pritchett will see the field. Jay Lindsey, maybe some Brody Dalton. So kind of a mixture of tight ends. Can one of those guys rise up in a game like this? Sure. But missing Josh Cuevas, it's important. He's probably one of their best 4 wide receivers. He's a receiver. So not missing him, yeah, it is impactful for sure. LT Overton and Kelby Collins, defensive lineman. LT Overton plays that bandit position. He has 4 quarterback sacks on the year and 33 tackles. He will be out today as well. And you look at, okay, well, what's the impact level of that, Kyle? Well, I'll say high again. And, okay, Kyle, be optimistic. Well, I'm going to be. Keon Keeley and Jordan Renaud are very capable. Okay, just wait. They haven't had a lot of opportunities. I think Jordan Renaud has like 113 snaps and Keon Keeley has like 90. It's pretty good volume, to be honest. Just wait. Just wait till you see these guys out there. I'm telling you. They will be impactful in this game. And they have athleticism, they have speed, they have size. That they will have an opportunity to take steps forward with this opportunity presented with LT Overton being out. Kelby Collins, he's a spot player. Not having him, I think those two guys will be able to fill that void. Now, what's interesting is each of these guys has an illness, right? Is that the flu? I have no idea. Just said illness, and that's it. And I see Miss Debbie inside the comment box wants me to talk about Drew Bobo. Who is he? Well, Drew Bobo, this is the starting center for Georgia. He will be missing this game as well. That's a big loss. Imagine if we were coming to this game and we didn't have Parker Brailsford, right? We'd be sweating. Although Alabama does rotate a lot of its offensive line. Now, Cam Dewberry, who's an offensive line, right? He is he's not starting, but Coach Kalen DeBoer said on the pregame that he's kind of eligible to be able to play. So look for Geno Vandermark to be starting at the guard position. So I'd imagine it's Caden Proctor, Geno Vandermark, Parker Brailsford. I guess Michael Carroll will start at right tackle, and you'll still have Formby at the guard position. Okay, so that's kind of where we stand in terms of the injury report. Moving on, did you guys watch that Texas Tech and BYU game? We're probably about 20 minutes maybe from kickoff, 15 minutes, something like that. Is the pre-show. This is Desmond Howard. You see what he said today? I love Desmond Howard, by the way. But he said that the championship game runs through the Big Ten. And then right after he said that, Coach Saban was booing. Coach Saban loves SEC, and he loves Bama so much, right? So what they were talking about is just, who's going to be able to stand up in a game like this, and who's going to be able to kind of go the distance. It's going to be the SEC, the Big Ten. The Big Ten has won the last two championship games, and those two teams tonight, I am excited to see Ohio State and Indiana. Are those two teams capable of winning the championship? For sure. We'll have to see how it goes. But we got a good one here of two teams that are also capable to make a run. And while I'm going over a couple other notes, do you think Texas Tech from the Big 12, just based on what you've seen, maybe you've seen them a couple times, do you think that this is a team that can make a run and maybe win the championship game? Capstone Farms, what's up, man? He says Texas Tech, a team that's built different, not overly huge defense, but they're quick and nasty. And they make plays, right? I saw them make some explosive plays. They're fast. So very fast on each side of the ball. The defense is certainly really good, especially the defensive front, just outstanding. For today's game, I've never seen this before. I pointed this out a couple different times. Alabama has the ESPN metrics to win this game, 51%, but Georgia is still favored at 2.5. I don't know if this was the update that I saw earlier today. So 2.5 is what Georgia is favored by in this SEC championship game. And then the over-under is set under 50 points. So probably looking at a game, I guess, according to Vegas, of 24, 21, something like that, which would be the exact same score as the last time they played. Wouldn't you be surprised, fam, if this game is a shootout? I don't anticipate it to be a shootout. Alabama hasn't even, the line is 1 now. MHS, thank you so much, bro. I appreciate it. So the line is 1.5. So it's basically a pick'em game. The thing is, the least likely thing to happen, in my opinion, is I don't think that it's a shootout. 11 minutes before kickoff, by the way. So if you want to go and, finish your food or whatever you're doing. But 1.5 is I don't expect it to be a shootout type game, right? The craziest thing that would happen to me, in this game, would be 38-37. That's way too many points. I think it's way under that. And Sam Edwards with some good karma for the game. And he says this with the super chat, which is our first of the day. He says this. Maybe we could set a super chat goal. If you press that plus button down there, you could do a super chat goal. You could add if you hit that plus button. And Samuel says, I just want to say roll tide and hopefully we bring home the SEC title game. And look, like I said, the SEC title game I think is going away. But, man, like Coach Saban was saying, you win that, you could walk around. You know how much that weighs if you're the SEC champ. I don't want to see it go away. I just think that's the way that we're trending, unfortunately, right? And these two teams, they have pride in performance. They want to win a game like this. But the way that college football is going on, I just think that you're getting away from that. I really do. 45 is now the over-under, so that's even lower. What's up, Brandon? Good to see you inside the comment box, man. So updated odds, 1.5, and over-under now at 45. So not a lot of points expected in this game. As you know, a couple key numbers in this game. Alabama is 4-0 against Georgia in SEC title games. Kirby Smart has struggled against Alabama, 1-7. All these numbers really mean zero, and will have zero impact in a game like this. They're just numbers that are fact about this matchup. Alabama, they've had a really good success at Mercedes Stadium, and Georgia, since losing to Alabama, has won 8 consecutive games, right? I think when you look at this particular matchup, I think what's on the back of everybody's mind is if Alabama wins this game, what does it do for Alabama in terms of seeding? And I don't think we care, honestly. If you win this game, I think Alabama football fans are just like completely through the moon, right? I mean, it's an SEC championship game under Coach Kalen DeBoer. I mean, there's so much to be thankful about, and they will be a top 4 team. I think depending on the results tonight of Ohio State and Indiana, this is kind of my prediction map right here. So I have Alabama, if they win, right? I think if they win, they're going to be able to be a top 4 seed clearly, but I'm putting them at number 2. I absolutely think that if you win the SEC championship game, the only thing that would hold them back from not being 1 is the fact that they've just lost 2 games. But they'll be number 2, 100%. That's where I have them at. I do have them over Texas Tech, who played well. It's just I weight more the conference than what Texas Tech has done. You know what I'm saying? And Mario Gates, I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for the super chat. He says, time to steal their confidence early again. Roll Tide. Yeah, long sustaining drive would be great in a game like this, right? Last time Alabama played Georgia, they had 2 really long sustaining drives that each went about 7 minutes. I'd like to see that time of possession come in as well in a game like this. We're watching Tulane. They won. They're probably in. And we do have kind of some scenarios if Virginia does not beat Duke, because you theoretically could have James Madison hop in to the back end, which is really ridiculous considering you have teams that are kind of 13, 14, and 15 that I think are a lot better than a team like James Madison. But, that's kind of just how the playoffs are designed. In this playoff map right here, Alabama would take on the winner of Notre Dame and Ole Miss, that 10-7 game. So you could theoretically, how crazy is this? If this was to work out, and they're going to reshuffle all of this, can you imagine if you get Pete Golding, right, playing against Pete Golding? So, man, what a wild world, right, where Pete Golding is now the head football coach at Ole Miss. That is absolutely crazy, right? So, yeah, I mean, things happen. Okay, let's see what else we got. As we continue to navigate, here's the actual playoff map right here. This is what it looks like. This was updated on this past Tuesday. So as you can see, Alabama at that number 9 spot. And I think that's probably be somewhere where if they did lose this game, 100% Alabama is going to be on the road. And if they're seed 9, 10, 11, or 12, that means that Alabama will be playing at the host site of one of those higher seeded teams. So, for example, in this map, Alabama loses, change their record to 10-3, and they'd be traveling theoretically to go play Oklahoma at Norman. To be honest, I love to play Oklahoma again. It was self-inflicted wounds. Now, that defense was really good, but it was self-inflicted wounds. It wasn't Oklahoma just straight up beat Alabama, as I've said a million different times. Patriot Life, what's up, man? I appreciate the super chat. Thank you so much. He said, Time to go north and south. Roll damn Tide. Let's go, man. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Patriot Life, for all your support right here on Bama Football on YouTube. And then we have Vape Snake, who just continued to be a fan funder right here on Bama Football on YouTube. So a lot of good contributions from you guys. And as you know, I am supported by viewers like you right here on Bama Football on YouTube. These are my X factors. So now what I'm asking you inside the comment box is post your X factor. What I mean by that, do a coach or do a player for your X factor. If you want to do one on offense, one on defense, go ahead. Let me talk about my X factors in a game like this. It was scary because the last X factors that I had against Auburn, it was exactly those guys. It even scared me. Now, for this game, I think this game, for whatever reason, is a little bit harder to come up with X factors, but here's what I came up with in the pre-show. Let me know how you feel about this. I have, it looks like we're probably 7 minutes away from kickoff. I put Ryan Grubb there, okay? Offensive coordinator. I don't want anything fancy. I get it. Some of the trickery and stuff like that, there's sometimes a place for it, for sure. But I don't want to do something that kills momentum, and I think that's been done before. Overall, I like Grubb. I really do, and I think he has called a pretty good season, and some of the things that he does specifically down in the red zone is nasty. Okay, did you know this? I heard this on the broadcast this morning of College Game Day. Alabama has 41 red zone touchdowns, which is the second most behind Vanderbilt. Doesn't it feel like when Alabama's 15 yards in, 10 yards in, their offense is nasty, like the nastiest work you've seen. It's so hard to defend. But sometimes some of those other odd plays kind of leading up to it, specifically when you have momentum, it's kind of head scratcher. So that's what I'm listing for Ryan Grubb. It's nothing overly fancy. We getting a 3rd and 2. I don't want Caden Proctor throwing a pass. Hand it off to Daniel Hill and let him eat, okay? Put Ty Simpson as another X factor, 100%. No turnovers, okay? Just high efficiency football. You don't have to save the day. And I will add this with Ty Simpson. You know what, man? Why don't you run a little bit, okay? If you need to, use your legs. They work 100%, so kind of do your thing. And I still have confidence in Ty. I really do. It's I think sometimes when I do get behind Ty, I found myself getting a little bit more negative feedback. Jimmy Clay, what's up, dog? I appreciate the super chat. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. But I'm going to stay on the Ty Simpson train. I really am. A quarterback, give me a quarterback that's thrown for 3,000 yards, 25 touchdowns, and 4 interceptions. Yeah, I'm taking that quarterback. You know what I'm saying? Collectively, I'm all about big picture stuff. I still like Ty Simpson. So until we really need to focus in on something different, I got Ty. So no turnovers, okay? Use your legs, and then the other thing is the pre-snap, okay? The pre-snap, man, just play, okay? I know you can protect yourself and you have to set up things, but sometimes you just got to go out there and run the play. And I think he's athletic enough and he has a high IQ that he can be able to, get that kind of taken care of. Coach Saban said sometimes he makes too many pre-snap checks, and that's a little bit too much. So kind of slim down on that, but still control the time of possession. Hey, George, what's up, man? I appreciate the super chat as well. This is good karma, man. Time to get it. Let's leave nothing on the field. Let's go. Yeah, I appreciate it. And here's the coin toss. Alabama has deferred, and Georgia will open this game with the ball. So I like that. Get the ball in the second half. Usually I like to take the ball, but sometimes the way that this defense has been playing, right? We're about to kick off here momentarily here at the Mercedes Stadium. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. This is a watch-along. We make live reactions to the game, show stats, talk about the game as it happens. It's a celebration of Alabama football, and I appreciate you guys. There's so many commercials on these broadcasts, so I don't do commercials. We'll just go straight through, so that's kind of one of the advantages. But I do encourage you, of course, to watch the game. And you can come back here, pop in. I'll literally be streaming for 5 hours. So it's all good. I appreciate you guys. And I really appreciate all the super chats and you guys always being in my corner on broadcasts like this. Thank you so much. 2 more to go before we get to kickoff. My last 2 X factors. Yo, give me Ryan Williams. All right, let's see, man. 0 targets, 0 catches. Coach Saban said this week that you wouldn't be surprised if they try to get Ryan Williams the football in a game like this. We've seen Ryan Williams do nasty work against Georgia in games before. Maybe Ryan Williams can get it turned up. Could we need explosive plays. This team has no explosive plays. Am I right? Like, we need explosive plays, like, at some point in the season, right? And then I put the entire defensive secondary. The way that the defensive secondary has been playing, the secondary has been turning teams one-dimensional because you can't pass on this team, right? I get it. Ashton Daniels had some explosive plays, but I think overall Alabama's defensive secondary is just that good. So have confidence in Alabama. I have Alabama winning this game by a touchdown. I think that a lot of that is because of my confidence in the defense. So, we'll see what happens here at the Mercedes Stadium. I appreciate you guys kicking with me right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Alabama set to kick off, and here we go from Mercedes Stadium. The kick is away from Connor Talty. It goes in the end zone, and Georgia will start after a touchback. All right. Let me ask you this. Who do you think scores the first touchdown for Bama? Who do you think scores the first touchdown for Bama? Give me a little, you know what? You know who's being kind of quiet, fam? A little Jeremy Bernard, okay? Give me a little Jeremy Bernard. I appreciate it. Here we go at the Mercedes Stadium. It's going to be a 1st and 10 for Georgia. Appreciate you guys kicking with me. And away we go. Georgia has 2 wide receivers to the top. Gunnar Stockton in shotgun formation. Man, I'm so glad we're here. We got football. Man in motion for Georgia. Here's a snap. It's going to be a quick pitch out to the outside, and it's going to be a big first down for Georgia. It was just a screen pass, and it goes for big yardage for Georgia, and that's going to be a first down. Hey, Sam, what's up, man? I appreciate you saying BTA. Yeah, everybody knows what that is, man. I appreciate you being here. Let's see how Alabama's secondary can come with it against really a quarterback that has found more confidence through the back end of the season, right? Another 1st and 10 for Georgia. It's going to be a quarterback keeper by Gunnar Stockton. He's going to pick up probably, 3 yards. Man, you should see my stat machine over here. It's like completely malfunctioning. It said that Gunnar Stockton just picked up 13 yards. That was 3 yards. Somebody's messing with the buttons. All right, 2nd and 7 for Georgia. See that Alabama defense lock in. And as you know, these first drives are always scripted. So let's see what Bobo can do for Georgia's defense. Gunnar Stockton, man in motion. It's another quick pitch out. Wow, this is interesting. They've gone with a couple pitch outs to Branch. This one goes for maybe 1 yard, and there's a flag on the play. Shiesty Demon says holding. It's going to be a holding on Georgia. That'll be Georgia's first penalty, obviously. I can't remember if there was a lot of penalties in this game the last time the two teams played. But, yeah, that was a blatant hold right there. Looks like on 86 as he's just holding Red Morgan as Zachariah Branch gets to the outside. This is going to reset for Georgia. Going to push them back. That was a holding call. Blatant one, if that. It's a 2nd and 17 for Georgia. Oh, Red Morgan has been playing stellar, right? He had the biggest glow up, one of the biggest glow ups on defense. 2nd and 17 for Georgia. 4 wide receivers. Lawson Lucky in at tight end. Going to be a little handoff to the outside. It goes absolutely nowhere. Jordan Renaud in for LT Overton. I told you, fam. I told you. Did I not tell you that Jordan Renaud is capable? The depth at Bandit is so good. So Jordan Renaud getting the start for LT Overton, gets in the backfield. Call me crazy. Look, this is going to be crazy. But I think Jordan Renaud has more athleticism than LT Overton. I promise you. Just nobody knows about him. It's 3rd and 20 for Georgia. 3rd and 20. Kane Womack's defense on fire. Have to show up on 3rd down. This is critical right here. 4 wide receivers. Gunnar Stockton, man in motion. Now it's an empty set. Stockton back to pass. He's going to run. Alabama's got man in motion. He's going to be hit hard by Yanzi Pierre, and Georgia will punt. Man, Yanzi Pierre smacked Gunnar Stockton from the back, and he just kind of flew into the turf. Big 42. Man, what a season he's had. I see Noah Carter out there on 3rd down. 3rd and long. So big hit, and Georgia will punt. How about that Alabama defense? Man, just wait. You're going to see more Jordan Renaud, I predict. And when Keon Keeley gets in, he's equally as athletic. People just don't know about Jordan Renaud. 92 back to punt for Georgia. Back fielding the punt, I would imagine that's Cole Adams, Mr. Dependable. He catches it, and Alabama will start. I don't know. I'd like the 15 or something like that. Man. Woof. Man, how about that Alabama defense? Type in D for Alabama's defense. Just type in D as many times as you can. Takeaways on that first initial drive. Georgia had 23 yards. And I think one of the bigger question marks, and maybe something that gave people anxiety in a game like this, was the fact that you're missing LT Overton. You're missing a guy that comes in and contributes like Kelby Collins. But rest assured, and I told you this even before the season started, Alabama's defense in their two deep is probably, I would say they have the best two deep in the country. Meaning when a starter goes off, you just put in some other guy and he's fine, okay? So let me give you examples while we're on a long commercial break. Alabama, to start the season, they didn't have Tim Keenan. Well, at that point in time, they were able to have Jeremiah Beeman plug in, right? He gets hurt. Tim Keenan comes back. You're straight. Well, during the middle of the season, Quay Russaw goes out. Yo, if Quay Russaw goes out on any other team, you're in trouble. Well, guess who comes in? Yanzi Pierre. And Yanzi Pierre is like the best player you've ever heard of, okay? Well, after that, Damani Jackson starts struggling at the corner position. Well, what are you going to do? Well, you put in a freshman who's elite, Dejon Lee. You see what I'm saying? The two deep. And now you have LT Overton. He's out. And guess what you do? You just put in Jordan Renaud. So I don't feel as confident on the two deep on the offensive side as I do on the defensive side. But the defense, really, I could even name you the three deep. So, and Kane Womack's been coaching his you-know-what off. And how about Kane Womack still here at Bama? Because Penn State, you know what Penn State did, right? Penn State got everybody new jobs and extensions. What didn't Penn State get like 7 guys, right? New contracts. And Kane Womack still here at Bama, which is huge. And I get it. The silly season isn't over or anything like that. Keanu's asking, how are we going to celebrate? Well, is it work? More work. It creates more work and more opportunities for someone like me, which I'm not mad about. We polish things up and we celebrate the W. Maybe smoke a cigar privately just because we know it's going to be a fruitful December. But a long way before we get there. It's been remarkable to see how this team has battled and how they continue to fight and the challenges that they face this year. And they've been able to face those challenges, face adversity, and continue to win games against elite competition. Ty Simpson, last time they played, 24 of 38, 276 yards, 2 touchdowns. Yo, he was cooking, right? The last time that he played Georgia. And let's see what happens with Ty, because he hasn't been posting elite numbers for the last 5 games. So really want to zoom in here on Ty Simpson, Alabama's first offensive possession. Daniel Hill starting at running back. Ty changing things around on offense. He's a pre-snap guy. Man in motion, that's going to be Ryan Williams. And it's going to be a handoff to Daniel Hill, who picks up a nice gain of 6. Okay. That didn't look bad, okay? That didn't look bad at all. Daniel Hill with a nice gain of 6. Oof. Daniel Hill checks off. So does Ryan Williams. I would imagine you get A.K. Deer now back. Kid Latin, what's up, man? Yeah, I get it, man. Georgia's a quality team. I'm just telling you, man. Have faith in this Alabama football team. They're a lot better than people give them credit for. I still feel like that. Oh, it looks like Daniel Hill's still in the backfield. That was weird. How do you get back on the field so fast? Daniel Hill with another gain. And that one's going to go for about a gain of 2. So Alabama facing a 3rd and 3 to start the game. Do you see Daniel Hill came off and then he ran back on? Or was I tripping? All right. What's up, Dirtbot? Good to see you, man. Max Tooney, Tonette, Tweet Johns, Anna, Dano, King Narmer. What's up, man? I appreciate you all kicking it with me right here on the Bama Football Watch Along. 3rd and 3 for the Tide. 10:45 left before the second quarter. This is Alabama's first offensive possession. 3 wide receivers to your right. Tight end in. Lazier Brooks in motion. It's going to be a handoff to Lazier Brooks kind of in the background. See, that's the play that I don't understand, okay? And one of the X factors in that game, and we can put that X factor graphic to number 2 or behind the scoreboard, is like this particular play, in my opinion, like I understand who's getting the ball. I understand like that's a terrible play call on 3rd down. Terrible play call. How do you guys feel about that? And as I just said, the X factors is grub. Yo, like, why is that part of the equation? That's not going to be an explosive play. You have Daniel Hill right there in the back. Like, Georgia was all over that. That was absolute. That's what's frustrating when watching this offense. That was a drive killer. I don't understand that play. Right? Do you guys like that play? Yes or no? Was that a bad play? If you think it's a bad play, type yes. And as we're kind of looking at the X factors right here, you see that the offensive coordinator was on my X factor chart. You have a quarterback that can run, right? You have receivers. You could throw a crossing pattern route, right? Or you just can go back to Daniel Hill. So I do not understand this guy sometimes, all right? I love you, Ryan Grubbs, but sometimes, man, it's like you see what it says right here. Nothing fancy. Nothing fancy, bro. All right. I'm not going to go to -10. It's just like those type of plays. There's a place for those type of plays. There is. On the first drive of the game, when you're just trying to get a couple first downs, it's like a boxing match. You know what I'm saying? Jarvis, what you think, bro? Good to see you up in here, man. Ooh, Jimmy Clay saying a screen pass. Jimmy Clay, 100%, dog. Screens will kill you. So, all right. So, Alabama's punted, and now we get Alabama's defense back on the field. And you know what? Look, I am very confident in Alabama making the playoffs regardless of the outcome of this game, right? I've said that a million times. But I will say this, too. The committee is watching this game. They're all in the room, right, on their couches, and they're eating popcorn, and they're judging Alabama, right? Is this a complete team? Can this team run the ball? Thanks. King Narmer is walking me off the ledge. Usually I walk you guys off the ledge, but King Narmer is walking me off. Thank you, King. I appreciate you, dog. I just didn't like that play. I'm sorry. But I think they have Alabama under a microscope. Is this a complete team? Can they do it on offense? Can they do it on defense? You know what I'm saying? Big homie, what's up, dog? Good to see you, man. I just think that, I guess the thing that scares me in a game like this is like the committee. I don't trust the committee. I trust the metrics, and I'm like, okay, Alabama's good, whatever. But still, you want them to play well, right? Shiesty Demon wants to take over the play calls. Yo, Beth James, how long was this commercial? I'm dead serious. Marcus McCann to the super chat. Okay, I like this. We're open to different points of views all the time on the show. What's up, Marcus? Marcus says, I don't think it was a bad play. It was a missed block. Ooh, okay. On the receiver, number 11, that would be Rico Scott. So Rico Scott, we'll have to rewatch the tape. Open to different points of view, 100%, man. And definitely open to super chats, man. So thank you so much. Yo, that was a long commercial. All right, back in action. Georgia with the 1st and 10. I appreciate you guys. Thanks for kicking it with me right here as we break down this game, Alabama against Georgia. 9:54 in the first quarter. Trips right for Gunnar Stockton. Man in motion to the left. It's going to be Branch. Stockton looking. Checks down. Pass looked like it was tipped. Was that ball tipped? Damani Jackson in at corner. I think he got the start today. And remember, Georgia is without their center, Drew Bobo, right? That's a big part of their offense that isn't in this game. But, just like Georgia, just like Alabama, they got guys. Look at this guy. They're back up 6'5", 320. Are you kidding me? Yes, and Josh Cuevas is out. Trips left for Georgia. Shotgun, snap, only sending 3. He's got time. He checks down, and he is absolutely stuck by Damani Jackson. Oof. Man, Damani's had some big hits. That could have been a pick 6. Damani came up. He checked down to the running back. Damani was right there, and he just stuck him. Running back's down. That was a big hit. Yo. Oh, man. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, the defense, the way that this defense has been playing, inspired, fast, they're everywhere. Georgia running back down on the field right now. Wow, this is huge. That's Frazier. That's their guy. He got hit right in the stomach area. It was a 100% clean hit, but it was delivered with thunder. Yo, Damani Thunder, I'm telling you, it was bone jarring. They're facing a 3rd and 14. Nate Frazier, they're starting running backs down on the ground, and they're probably going to take a long TV timeout. Yo, that was a big hit. The entire team is around him. This looks bad. Nate Frazier is down. Wow. The entire team's around. It looks serious. It's a grown man game, man. There's big shot. Shoot. Hopefully he's okay just for his own well-being, for his family, for himself. He walks off. You know what? Have you ever lost your air? You ever got punched in the stomach or hit in the stomach? Right? It's a terrible feeling. And it doesn't last long, but there is nothing worse. Who's had this feeling? I'm serious. Has anyone ever punched you? Or you ever been hit? It is, I'm telling you, you have your wind knocked out. You can't breathe. It's terrifying. Looked like he's going to be okay. All right, 3rd and 14. Alabama sending 4. Here comes pressure from Deontay Lawson, and looks like they're going to be short. It was a pass that was complete. Down goes Frazier. Down goes Frazier. Muhammad Ali. I think he's going to be okay. Man, nice boxing call. It was a little leak out. Pass was completed, but Georgia's going to be short. It's going to be a 4th and 1. Max Tooney with the call. Down goes Frazier. Down goes Frazier. They're going to punt at the 40. I'd watch for some trickery here. Got to be careful right here. And the punt is away. Cole Adams, I would imagine, is a returner. I say that because sometimes, it takes a Georgia bounce. I thought it was going to go in the end zone. Still a really good punt. Probably down at the 8-yard line. All right. Yeah, see Capstone Farm. Yeah, he's been through it all, man. Appreciate it, bro. Sounds like you're a vet too, man. So we appreciate veterans here. If you're in the United States military, we appreciate all those that have served this great country, that are serving this great country. We just have great appreciation for those people in the military or past or present. So thank you so much for all your service. Alabama coming back, 1st down and 10. Here's Ty Simpson, empty formation, passes complete. And that is going to be to Isaiah Horton. Man, Isaiah Horton was fantastic last game. 3 touchdown receptions was fire, right? Ty Simpson, handoff. Daniel Hill goes, I don't know, maybe about 2. Dirtbike, what's up, man? John 4932, good to see you, man. James Google, what's up? Michael House, we have a lot of people who serve this great country. I'm telling you, every single time, like a Veterans Day, it's amazing to see kind of the outpour. I'm dead serious. All right, 2nd and 8. Man in motion, 2 men in motion. It's actually going to be Caleb Edwards and Isaiah Horton, and then looks like Jeremy Bernard is also in the backfield with Daniel Hill. It's going to be a quarterback keeper by Ty Simpson, and he's going to go nowhere. It's kind of an option read. He kept it, and Georgia just makes a great play on defense. It's going to be third down for the Tide, 3rd and 9. Arnett O'Neill, what's up? I appreciate you being here. Left guard is Geno Vandermark right now. So it was a keeper, and Ty is stuck. Georgia's defense is really good. Alabama has the football right now, and they're going to face a 3rd and 9 at the Alabama 21. 3rd and 9, big down for Alabama. Ty Simpson, shotgun formation. You got trips to the left. Here's a 3rd and 9. Ty Simpson back to pass, and incomplete pass intended for Jerry Bernard, and Alabama will punt the ball away. 4th and 9. Man, Jeff Merriman, yo, okay. I have to call it like I see it, okay? And my first 2 X factors right here on the board, Brian Grubbs and Ty Simpson. All right. So Ty Simpson, he keeps it. I don't know if he should have gave it. You guys let me know. And Ty Simpson is stuck on a option keeper. Alabama's punting the ball away right here. And it ends up going absolutely nowhere. Here's the punt. And it's going to be blocked. It's going to be blocked, and it's going to bounce right into Georgia's hands, and they're going to get it at the 20. Took forever for him to kick the ball. It's blocked. Big special teams blunder by Bama, and Georgia benefits. I think that's the first block punt this season that Alabama has allowed. Man, Jose Cruz, what's up, dog? No, this isn't black. It's gray. It was blocked by number 83 and then takes a bounce. Man, took too long. 83 gets to it. High snap, and blocked by 83, bounces in to Georgia's hands, and they're going to get it at the 20. Here come the Bulldogs. Actually put it at the 21-yard line. Gunnar Stockton under center. Handoff. Frazier back in. Makes a man miss. Makes another miss. It's going to be a gain of about 13. Wow. Hey, Mario, don't you feel that it took a little bit long for these guys to get the ball off? Right? Gain of 14, they call it. Yeah, the snap looked really high, right? But still, you get it down, you got to get it off. And then a big run by Frazier, who's back in the game, gain of 14. Georgia at the 7, trying to punch it in, man in motion. It's going to be another handoff to Frazier, and he's going to be hit by Xavier Brown in the backfield. Man, Xavier Brown plays at a very high level. Alabama's red zone defense is very, very good, as we know, right? Specifically when you get kind of in goal line situations, they're outstanding. They've been fantastic this year, but you can't expect these guys to, hold so many opportunities when their back is against the wall, right? They've been playing well so far. 2nd and goal. Here's Georgia. Little handoff to a receiver, and he's going to get to the 1-yard line. It's going to be a 3rd and 1 for Georgia at the 1-yard line. Man, that defense, I'm telling you, the defense has played great. Their first 2 possessions, they played great. But these guys only had to go 20 yards. Special teams, you can't have those type of blunders in games like this. Yeah, that was to Bell. He goes about 7 yards, and it's going to be a 3rd and 1 from the Alabama 1. It's going to be a rollout. They did this exact same thing to Alabama. Wow, that was the exact same play that Alabama ran against Georgia in the first game, right? The fake, the rollout, and Georgia throws a touchdown pass. It's for 1 yard to Roderick Robinson, and Georgia goes up 6-0. PAT is pending. It was the exact same play, right? The fake kind of rollout, and then you hit your running back. Yeah. I wonder where they learned that from. I think they learned that from Alabama. PAT is good, and Georgia leads 7-0 over Alabama in the first quarter. There is 4:36 in this game. That drive was only 4 plays, 21 yards, and lasted 1:55 and it was a touchdown from Gunnar Stockton to Roderick Robinson that just went 1 yard. How we got here? Block punt, okay? Block punt. Georgia got the ball, and we'll write that down so we can talk about it at the end of the game. Punt was blocked, and it was 7-0 UGA. UGA. All right, man. You can't. I mean, look. So we kind of go over the X factors. We kind of go back and forth. I think we've had a couple calls that I didn't like by Grubb. Ty Simpson incomplete on this last series, and he kept it, which kind of led to a 3rd and 9. And then there was an incompletion. Then the punt, it's blocked, and Georgia capitalizes first. 7-0 Georgia on top of Bama. All right. So here we go. Let's see how Alabama can respond. And I have to say this, like a couple of things. Georgia's defense is very good. But I will say, do you guys agree with me? I feel like Grubb is called, I don't want to start counting bad plays. I seem like he's called 2 plays that I probably wouldn't have called. So that's just kind of my stance on some of these opening drives for Bama. But, yeah, we're good. We've been here before. Down 7-0. And let's see what Alabama can do on the next side. Now it's commercial time on ABC. And it is the first quarter. Veteran 0831. What's up, man? I appreciate you being here. Let's see. Cody Stevens in with the super chat. I think we had another one to roll in from Landon. Thank you so much. Do Bama fans feel the same way about DeBoer like LSU fans feel about Brian Kelly? I think that I can't speak for any Alabama fan, other than me who follows the team, roots for the team. But I think that they've definitely grown more comfortable with Coach Kalen DeBoer. And it's this ongoing building of a relationship between a fan base who continues to warm up to him. And I think a fan base that understands he's the right coach for right now, right? And that's just, they've been taking it one game at a time. They've been trusting more in him, and I think his approval rating is still high because he got Alabama to the SEC championship game in his second year, right? What are these play calls on offense? I get you, Cody, and I'm with you, man. I mean, we had a user point out there was a missed block on the Lazier Brooks play where he got stuck in the backfield. I just didn't like that call. In my opinion, you guys are open to your own opinion. And then we really haven't seen Alabama run a lot of, zone type option plays with Ty, to be honest. Now, I'd like to see Ty run the ball, but maybe he made the wrong read. I don't know. He got hit in the backfield. So those are kind of 2 of the plays that I'm watching. So those are my X factors on the left, and here we are. How do you guys, honestly, how are you guys feeling about Grubb? I mean, should we do an approval rating for? Because I think that there was times where I was like really happy about his play calling. And look, we have a microscope under everything. So collectively, I think, yeah, but sometimes he seems to get the offense out of rhythm. But it's 7-0. It's the first quarter, right? It's 4:36 to go. So let's see how it goes. Andy Stoker doesn't like him. And look, if you have time, I always say this on my shows, look to why he was fired at Washington, or at Seattle, right? If you look to what he did with the Seattle Seahawks, it's the exact same issues that Alabama's having. We'll see how they respond, though. Yeah, you're right. Dano, you know what, Dano? Dano brings up a really good point inside the combine. Does it seem like Ty and Grubb are on the same page? I don't know. Something to watch. Because now Grubb's on the sideline still now, right? This is his second game on the sideline. A.K. Deere at running back for Alabama. The freshman running back. You guys have been waiting for the freshman running back. Is he about to take over this game? Let's find out. 1st and 10. Man in motion. That's a big tight end. A.K. Deere goes nowhere. They're going to gain gain of 3. Tweet John says, run the ball. I think A.K. Deere's coming out. So that was a 3-yard game. Jam Miller on the sideline. He's not good to go after a foot injury against Auburn. Here comes Ty Simpson, shotgun formation. He's got 2 wide receivers in the tight end. He's back to pass. Here comes Georgia. He has time to throw. Passes complete to Daniel Hill. You guys have been calling for Daniel Hill and A.K. Deer, the entire season, and here they are, right? I think we went through a point in time where everybody was just, Daniel Hill's the guy. He's the guy. He's the guy. A.K. Deer, he's the guy. I want to see these guys become the guy, right? They have opportunities now to be that guy. It's just, as I predicted this week, it's going to be hard to run the football against Georgia. It's a tough team to gauge your run against. I mean, these guys are outstanding against run defense. Third down. Last time they played, Alabama was outstanding on third down. This would be huge right here. Got to get a first down here. Ty Simpson back to pass. Complete to Ryan Williams. Makes a man miss. He's going to get to the outside and finally goes out of bounds. Big play by Ryan Williams. 20-yard gain for Ryan Williams. Kind of did a motion, came back out, did a stutter step. Wow, that's a hell of a route. Spins off a guy, and then gets off to the races and gets a good block. So a 20-yard pickup from Ryan Williams after the completion from Ty Simpson. Ty Simpson, 3 of 4, 36 yards. First down for the Tide. That's Ryan Williams' first catch in quite some time, right? Man, that was a Hollywood moment. Ty Simpson back to pass. He has pressure coming on his right, and ball is going to be batted down, intended for Isaiah Horton. Ryan Williams always doing funny things to Georgia, right? Guys always falling down and stuff. That pass was right to Isaiah Horton. He just dropped it. That's a drop on Isaiah Horton. 2nd and 10 for the Tide. They're at the 50-yard line. 2nd and 10. It's a 3 wide receivers. You got a tight end and a running back out to the right. I think Jeremy Bernard might be in the backfield with Ty Simpson. Simpson back to pass. Finds Jeremy Bernard for a gain of 5. 3rd down. Alabama right now on 3rd downs in this first quarter, 1 of 3. We have 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter. It was basically just, Jeremy Bernard was in the backfield. He came around. He catches a pass. They call it a gain of 4. It's 3rd and 6 for Bama. Alabama at the Georgia 45, 3rd and 6. Let's see what we got from Ty Simpson. Shotgun formation. Ty Simpson back to pass. He fires. It's going to be intercepted. Ty Simpson throws an interception, and Georgia's going to get all the way down to the 40, and there's a flag on the play. Ty Simpson throws a big interception. Georgia with all the momentum. Looks like it bounced off an Alabama receiver. That's Ty's 5th interception in this game. Let's see what he was looking at. Didn't necessarily have pressure, just stepped up, and he threw it across the middle. It was going to be batted by a Georgia guy, and then it's just intercepted by, it looks like a safety. Wow. Huge interception right there for Alabama. Wow, really wobbly ball, too. So it was a wobbly ball, then it was tipped, and then it was a face mask on Alabama, so they're going to get an additional 15 yards. Georgia up 7-0, and the Bulldogs at the Alabama 15. Oof. Man. And it was Jeremy Bernard making the tackle. He's got the face mask. Ty Simpson looking at things. Man, bad interception right there. Terrible throw. Did you see how much wobble that was? Ugh. Man, what's kind of scary is you kind of look to the X factors again. These two guys, no turnovers, already has a turnover, and we already have fancy boy stuff. But we do have a big play from Ryan. This is kind of creepy again. All right, Georgia at the 40, and is going to get like a 8. I guess that was a face mask on Georgia. I thought it was like a double face mask. Whatever the case was, Georgia's at their own 45, to be clear. And they're going to be facing a 2nd and 8. I don't want to start a war, all right? But you know the question I'm going to ask. I'm going to have to ask. 2nd and 8. Gunnar Stockton passes. Alabama's defense completely confused. And I think that was Keon Keeley who was confused back there, 31. It's going to be a gain of 5, and it's going to be 3rd and 3. So people saying that now Ty is he injured? So people have been saying he's just not playing well. 3rd and 3, Gunnar Stockton. He's going to run, and he's going to pick up the first down. First down for Georgia. Yeah, Ty is he's been trending the opposite way for sure, right? Okay. So, and yeah, Kimberly says the game's not over. Yeah, it's not over for sure. I think, it's early, but you look to this first half, right? The first quarter. Tie INT, right? It's 7-0 end of the first. Yeah, it's interesting kind of when players aren't performing well, you frequently hear that they're hurt, right? Someone made this up a while ago that he had a hurt back. I never heard that he had a hurt back. Just, threw an interception. Let me ask you this, and I have to ask the questions. At what point is it, just be honest with me. I ask the questions, okay? And Said points out a really good point. He did have a clean pocket. Clean pocket, 100%. At what point do you think about another quarterback? I didn't say, I'm just asking you. Do you even think about it? Do you still rolling with Ty? Let me know inside the comment box. We got a $1 super chat. Yeah, what's up? Bama Secret Squirrel? Good to see you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the super chat. And I think when you look to this game, maybe we could get a fresh graphic up that's just a blank graphic in the red text on the top and just be like game tracker. And we can list out the pump block and Ty's interception. Those are just like 2 points. So it'd just be a text graphic right after X Factor. It just says game tracker. So you had a punt that was blocked, which set up Georgia in terrific field position, right? Because they got the ball in the 21. And that really wasn't on the defense. That was on the special teams, right? And you can't get to a game like this, in a game of this magnitude, and have special team blunders. You just can't. And whether that's a missed field goal, a punt, you just can't. And you did. So that's how you got down 7-0, right? And you can't have turnovers. So it's 7-0, right? Have they been behind before? Yes. Do they have momentum right now? No. Has the second quarter started? No. So it's like, these are things that are happening now. Let's see if they can kind of adjust to it. They faced adversity before, and it's a long game. Tom G, what's up, man? It's been a while since you've been on, bro. Good to see you doing well, man. He's got it with the $20 super chat. And he says, win or lose, I can't see Bama falling out of the college football playoffs. With offseason, in my opinion. Thank you so much, Tom, for the couple points that you've provided there, and it's super chat. Yeah, because I do wonder, and I think it's probably on Alabama football fans' mind. I think is like, do you ever go to a different quarterback, or is it just Ty is it? I don't know. I think you continue to see how he's playing. Andy Stoker, he says I'm too positive. Do you guys want me to be more negative? I always get that feedback. The reason I'm positive is because I played the game before. And it's like, it's so silly to at least in my opinion, to really freak out. Blood pressure goes crazy when there's so much game left. Yo, I've came back from many scores down before playing the game. I've seen it happen before. I've seen Alabama win a championship game before like that, making decisions. So it's like it's a long game. But does how they're playing affect? Yeah, it sucks right now. Interception and a punt. That's gonna hurt. All right, we're back in action. We got another super chat from Jacob. Jacob says, I feel Ty is forcing the ball more than the last few games, and he was start of the season. Playing too frantic. I think that Ty Simpson is a A+ dude who's just micromanaging even how he plays, right? All right, 2nd and 9 for Georgia. They're at the Alabama 46. Little handoff. Frazier gets up the middle, kind of pushes the pile, and the pile gets really pushed across the first down marker. Where are they going to mark him? They're going to say that was a gain of 11. The two teams kind of collided, and Georgia just kind of moved the pile forward. Wow. And Joe Jones says, Ty can't stretch the field. One of the areas that Ty has certainly struggled at is deep ball passing, right? Anything like 20 and there going forward, he's definitely struggled for sure. Layoff Legend, what's up, man? I got you covered. All right, it's going to be a 1st and 10 for Georgia, and it's going to go for like 2 yards. Todd says Notre Dame and Miami should get in over Bama. Okay, let's see how the game folds. I appreciate the super chat, Todd. Thank you so much. Jimbo saying the LT Overton massive loss up front. 2nd and 8 for Georgia. They're now at the Alabama 33, facing a 2nd and 8. Gunner Stockton, shotgun formation. It's going to be a handoff right up the middle, and he's going to be met instantly by Tim Keenan. 3rd down for Georgia. 3rd and 8. Tim Keenan just ate up a running back coming straight at him. Tim Keenan is like trying to run through a refrigerator. Boom. Man, he just hit him spot on, and running back just goes down. That was Bowens. Last time Bowens ran for 119 against Bama, which is crazy. Wow. Mel Kiper has Tim Keenan going the number 8 defensive tackle. Okay. 3rd and 8 for Georgia. Here's a snap. It's going to be a quarterback keeper. Gunner Stockton is going to get close to the first down marker. He's probably going to get like 8. They might have to they might have to come measure this. Gunner Stockton had everybody split wide, and he just took a quarterback keeper. They're going to call it a 4th and 1. Yeah, so he just kind of follows his blockers. Gunner Stockton can run, right? We know that he's an athletic quarterback. Yeah, he was short of the first down marker, so it's 4th and 1. I would imagine that they kind of tush-push this. You too, Gordon. What's up, bro? I appreciate you. 4th and 1. And it's a tush-push type play, and he gets the first down. What would Grubbs have done there? No, I'm like dead serious. I bet you he would have gone Daniel Hill kind of direct snap, shotgun. See, I like that. Just line up. You got 1 yard, under center, power forward. First down for the Bulldogs. 1st and 10 on the Alabama 23. Stockton under center. Here's a snap. He rolls out, and the receiver is going to be tagged. Yo, Frazier is hit by Yanzi Pierre, and for the second time in this game, Frazier gets completely blown up. I mean, Yanzi Pierre hit Frazier. I mean, I can't even imagine how this sounded at the stadium. It was a rollout pass. Frazier didn't see him coming, and Yanzi just tagged him. Oh, my goodness, man. Frazier is going to need an ice bath after this game. We got a super chat in from Kick Bam. I'll read it out in a second, man. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. 2nd and 10. Shotgun formation. Stockton back to pass. He's got time. He fires a laser to Bell, and it's going to be completed for a gain of 19 yards. Man, 19 yards. That was an absolute laser by Stockton. Oof. Took advantage of that inside linebacker. Kind of saw that he sank in and then just fired a laser Guy was in zone, sat in zone, and Stockton just made a really good throw for the first down. It's going to be 1st and 10 for Georgia at the Alabama 4. Oof. 10:33 in the second quarter. Trips are kind of clustered to the right. Gunnar Stockton, shotgun. He's going to hand it off to Frazier. Frazier goes nowhere. Super Chat says, how many double-digit deficits have been overcome in an SEC championship game? Bama playing from behind out of the gate? Odds can't be that good for Bama. Yeah, good question. They've come behind before, right? I don't know how many times they've been able to do it, but they have done it before. The real question is, how bad will this beatdown be? It's just hopefully not too bad. All right, 2nd and goal for Georgia. They're at the Alabama 5. See if the defense can lock in here. It's going to be a whistle. It would have been, I guess, a touchdown. Guys are pushing each other in the end zone. Justin Jefferson and somebody were pushing. False start on Georgia. It's going to move them backwards. Yeah, blocked punt, ties interception. Okay, yeah, it looks good on the game tracker. Oof. So Georgia is facing a 2nd and 10 at the Alabama 10. It's really 2nd and goal, but they got 10 yards to go. It's Coach Kalen DeBoer's first SEC championship game. 2nd and 10, shotgun formation, 3 wide receivers to the right. Gunnar Stockton, he's going to keep it. Follows his blocker, and I don't know, he gets like 5 yards. It's going to be a 3rd and 5, 3rd and goal. 5 yards to score tutty. And this would be a hell of a time for Alabama's defense to stand up right here. How about a pick? There's Kirby Smart. What's he going to do? The last time they scored, they hit Alabama on some play action. 3rd and goal. 5 yards to go. 9:19 in the second quarter. Wade Crocker. Tonette's praying for a pick 6. I'll pray with you. Kevin Fleming's calling for a Bama blowout. Shotgun formation. Stockton back to pass. Has time. Steps up. Fires. Touchdown, Georgia. Dylan Bell with the touchdown. Georgia goes up 14-0 on Bama. Dylan Bell, a 5-yard touchdown reception. Gunnar Stockton stood up, threw a dart across the middle, and 14-0. It was a 14-play, 55-yard drive, 7:44. Yeah, that's kind of demoralizing for the defense. Gunnar Stockton had plenty of time. Alabama really didn't send anybody, and Gunnar Stockton now has 2 touchdown passes in this game as Georgia takes a 14-0 commanding lead in the second quarter with 8:43 to play before halftime. So we'll put on our game tracker too, 14-play, 57-yard drive, 7:44. 14-play, 57-yard, 7:44 drive to make it 14-0. So basically that last scoring drive on the game tracker. Okay, well, Gunnar Stockton, maybe he heard some of my podcasts. I didn't feel that he would be effective against Alabama. You know what we haven't done so far? Let's look at the game stats as we go on a 10-minute commercial break. Let's look at Mr. Gunnar Stockton going up against Alabama's pass defense. And so far, Gunnar Stockton, he's been cooking, okay, his first 2 quarters. And he is 7 of 19, as you can see. 56 yards with 2 touchdown passes. He has 78% completion rating for a rating of 203. Yeah, so he's cooking. He also has 6 attempts for 27 yards rushing. Frazier has 6 for 21. In total, Georgia has 59 yards. Receiving-wise, Dylan Bell caught a touchdown pass. He has 2 for 24. He's been targeted 2 times. Okay. For the Crimson Tide, the offense, it's been tough for the Tide to get things going. You look at, 3 possessions, they've only had 50 yards. I think the high point of this Alabama offense so far was the fact that they got the football out to Ryan Williams, who caught a short pass and kind of turned it into more. 15 yards of yak yardage, which is yards after catch, to make it 20. Ty Simpson, 4 of 7, 40 yards and an interception. That's his 5th interception of the season, 57% completion. Running for Alabama, this has kind of been the Alabama run game. And I knew it would be challenging for Alabama to run against Georgia. A lot of people calling for Daniel Hill, that he's the guy, that A.K. Deer's the guy. Here you have it right here. Daniel Hill, 3 for 9, and A.K. Deer, 1 for 2. Receiving-wise, Isaiah Horton did drop a pass. So he has 1 for 12, and then Ryan Williams, 1 for 20. Kind of look at the side-by-side stats. Georgia right now, 115 yards, right? 115 yards. Passing, 56 to Bama's 40. Penalties, Georgia already has 3 penalties. They have 6 first downs. Georgia's 50% on third downs. Alabama 1 of 3. And time of possession right now controlled definitely by Georgia. 14. This is an important number right here. 14:07 to Bama's 7:10. Okay, so we'll come back to the stats momentarily or throughout the game. Really, you kind of look at the X factors. This is what I put outside before the game. Ryan Grubb, nothing fancy. There's been a couple plays we've been talking about inside the chat. Ty Simpson, we said no turnovers. He's already thrown 1. Ryan Williams, we caught a 20-yard pass. It's kind of been the highlight in Alabama's secondary. Gunnar Stockton's been effective against them, specifically when Alabama is in zone. The game tracker real quick, kind of like main bullet points of this game. There was a blocked punt. Let's put blocked punt. I don't know, make sure that was like Georgia who blocked it. Ty threw an interception, and then that resulted in a 14-play drive, 57 yards, that went 7:44. So we're at 14-0 at this point in time in the Georgia Bulldogs with momentum. So let's see what the Tide can do. 8:43. I will say this. If Alabama can put it together, a good scoring drive right here, whatever it is, you get down the field, you kick a field goal, you get down the field, you get an explosive, you score a touchdown. Alabama deferred, so Alabama does get the ball at the halftime break. So let's see. This is very critical, as James said. Let's see what Alabama can do. Here we're back in action, shotgun formation, 3 wide receivers. Here comes Ty Simpson, man in motion. Lazier Brooks, and it's going to be a pitch out to screen pass, rather, to Ryan Williams, who gets to the outside, who looks fantastic, picks up yards. That Ryan Williams, woof. Man, Ryan Williams caught a screen pass and outran everybody for a really big gain. Man, he's fast. This is the best that we've seen Ryan Williams. Makes a man miss on the left and then just kind of gets off to the races. So that was a gain of 21 for Ryan. So Ryan Williams has 2 for 41. And again, we go to our X factors. Ryan Williams, big plays. He's come up with really 2 big plays, if you really want to know the truth. He has yards after catch, 40. 40 yards after catch for Ryan Williams. Doesn't he look fast, fam? So they're looking to where he stepped out. Yeah, he might have stepped out right there, because he got going for a little while. It's going to be a first down either way for the Tide. Man, he's fast. I like that play. There's a screen design pass to your fastest wide receiver. And he's fast. He just has a completely different gear on him. They're reviewing the play to see if he stepped out of bounds, where he stepped out of bounds at. Yeah, still a first down, as Ed points out. Ryan Williams right now, the leading wide receiver, 2 for 41. Is it me, or has it seemed like Jeremy Bernard, his kind of production has kind of gone down a little bit? Am I right? It seems like he's kind of like, they just don't kind of use him as much as they used to. I don't know, just something that kind of stands out. The Downs boy says offense sucks, defense can't tackle. Yeah, let's see if the offense can get something going here. If they can't get, a score here, you put yourself in a bad position clearly for the second half. Kickback wants Jalen Hell. Yeah, Jalen Hell don't really play. I don't even know how many snaps he has this year. I'd probably say like under 5. All right, 1st and 10 on the Alabama 38, 8:20 to go. Ty Simpson, shotgun formation. It's a 1st down for the Tide. Jeremy Bernard in motion. Ty Simpson waiting for the snap. 2 on the play clock. Gets it off with 1. Back to pass. Ty Simpson looking around. He's going to have to scramble, and he just throws it out of bounds. It didn't seem like he had pressure immediately. He was just kind of, started to scramble and couldn't find anybody and just threw it out of bounds. So it's going to be a 2nd and 10 for the Tide. Ty Simpson, 5 of 9, 53 yards on the day with 1 interception. 7:45 until halftime. 3 wide receivers down to your left. Ty Simpson, shotgun formation. Sends Isaiah Horton into motion. Now you got twins. Simpson, back to pass. Looking, check down. It's batted down, and it's going to be incomplete. 3rd and 10 for the Tide. Georgia's defender just kind of stuck his paw up there and hit the ball, and ball goes into the turf. Dang, man. That's why they always say keep your hands up, right? 3rd and 10 for Ty Simpson and the Tide. Alabama so far 1 of 3 on 3rd downs. You got 2 wide receivers split really wide down to the left. Lazier Brooks in motion. Ty Simpson back to pass. Throws off his back foot, and it is incomplete. Oof. Man, Ty is on the struggle bus. He is struggling. Man, he sent a little bit of pressure on that. He just doesn't look comfortable at all. Yeah, I hear the pressure was coming. He threw off his back foot. Incomplete, and Alabama will have to punt. Man, the offense does not look good at all. Ty Simpson, 5 of 11, 53 yards and an interception. Okay, so they will punt. Last punt was blocked. This punt is not. Punt is away. Looks like a good punt. Going to be fielded, and Georgia will start at the 20. And that's kind of what I was saying. I mean, let me ask you inside the comment box now to go to another commercial, of course. Be honest, and I know it might make some people uncomfortable. Do you think about another quarterback? Yes or no inside the comment box. Do you think about another quarterback? You got 7:29 until halftime. It's 14-0. Ty doesn't seem to have any type of momentum. I mean, the 2 passes that he's thrown, the reason that he has a little bit of yardage is because Ryan Williams has made plays after the catch. For example, Ty Simpson has 53 yards, but Ryan Williams has 32 yards after the catch. You see what I'm saying? So it seems like everybody's saying, give Alabama a quarterback another opportunity. So maybe that's the decision that they have at halftime. But right now, the offense needs a spark. And I think, and I always want to be honest with you in my approach, right? And how I speak to you guys. I do feel with heavy confidence that depending on the outcome of this game, like a close game or whatever, Alabama's comfortably in the playoffs because of what they've done collectively, right? Can you be penalized on, losing to a, top 5 team? Sure, because if you don't look like a playoff team, if you're not playing as a complete team, I think you will be penalized. So that's kind of something that I think Coach Kalen DeBoer, will have to assess is, as a coach, do I make a change right now to get kind of a spark going? The playoff committee could look like it, like, hey, things aren't going well with this team. They had to make some changes. Is this team having struggles on the back end? I don't know. Tybu Cookin says, Kyle, if we lose this game by 14 plus, we'll be left out of the playoffs. And I think that was kind of my worst case scenario is I think if you did lose by, 2 touchdowns, whatever it was, I get nervous, okay, that you don't make the playoffs. But who's to say that's the final score? What we're saying right now is the offense needs a spark, okay? You can't expect the defense to just win the game for you guys, okay? So You're like, how do we get to this point? Well, UGA blocks a Bama punt. Okay, sets up Georgia in great field position at the 20. They score 7-0. We can put 7-0 up by that. Ty throws an interception, which leads to a long scoring drive by Georgia. We're at 14-0 at this point in time, right? So here we stand right now with a score of 14-0. Georgia has the football, and we'll see what they can do. Gunnar Stockton, you know, I thought that he would really struggle against Alabama. He's been cooking. 7 of 9, 56, 2 touchdowns. Really the complete opposite stats of Ty. And he also has 27 yards rushing. We're back in action here at the Mercedes Stadium. Gunnar Stockton, shotgun formation. It's going to be a handoff by Georgia. Gets out some good yardage, and him and Keon Sapp collide, and it's going to be a gain of 12 yards. That was Dylan Bell. Dylan Bell's been having himself a nice game. Caught a touchdown pass earlier, and then that was a pickup of 12. First down for Georgia. Jay says, cooking. Gunner's, I think Gunner's done pretty well, Jay. I thought he's made some good throws. 8 of 10, 56 yards. Gunnar Stockton back to pass, steps up, checks down, finds Frazier on the outside, and he's going to get a gain of 2. Yanni says, Bama getting beat. Hope y'all mad. What's up, Yanni? Thanks for the super chat, bro. I appreciate it, man. And I thought Gunnar would, you know, struggle in a game like this just because of the way that Alabama's defense has been, you know, playing. Not to say that they're playing bad. It's just like, you know, Georgia's been playing good. 2nd and 8, 6:23 before half. Gunnar Stockton, quick pass to the outside. Bama all over it. Going to be a pickup of about 2. It's going to be a 3rd and 6 for Georgia. What's up, Samuel? I appreciate you being here. Tide will rise. Thanks for being here as well. Alonzo Williams, what's up, bro? North Alabama Storm Chase, I see you. Marco Brown, what's up? Need a turnover. Huge 3rd down right now. You're right. 3rd and 6 for Georgia. 3rd and 6, 5:50 before halftime. Georgia's at their own 36. 3rd and 6. Huge down. Here comes Gunnar Stockton. Shotgun formation. Looks like Bama's going to send the house. At least that's what they're showing. Bray Hubbard drops back into motion, back into coverage. Gunnar Stockton goes deep, and it is incomplete. That was a weird play. Maybe he fell for Bama's pressure. He looks kind of pissed as he goes to the sidelines. 4th and 6, and Georgia will punt. Yeah, Gunnar Stockton stepped up in the pocket, and it looks like the receiver ran the wrong route or he threw to the wrong spot. Bama sent a safety key on Sapp, but he did have time. It's just kind of a weird play there. So Georgia to punt, 4th and 6, 5:30 before halftime. Remember, Alabama does get the football in the 3rd quarter. Good stop right there by the Alabama defense. Punt is away, and Cole Adams will make the catch at the 25. Cole Adams is so good, man. He don't do much. He just catches the ball. That's all you need to do. Yeah, right, Jay? I think he threw to the spot. Hey, what's up, Eric? What's up, man? I appreciate you getting the good karma going, right? Roll Tide. F Georgia. $20 super chat. Man, we might have to start a Bama versus Georgia super chat war inside the comment box. And right now, Eric, hit it up, man. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, bro. We appreciate you. And love that avatar. Is that Peanuts? Is that a little Charlie Brown? We're on commercial break right now. 5:21 before halftime. Coach DeBoer better pull a Nick Saban at halftime. We know what that means, DK. What's up, man? I appreciate the super chat as well. Now, you know what that means. He means another quarterback. You know what? R. Howard, he brings up, he's like, Coach DeBoer will not make a change. You know, the thing is about Coach Kalen DeBoer, we've seen Coach Kalen DeBoer just ride his guy. He doesn't seem like a coach that does make changes. And you can look at it a couple different ways. You could be like, he rides his guy out because that's the guy who's the best for the job, or like he has that much loyalty. Let's see what Jay has to say. Jay, what's up, man? He says, Kyle, I love your channel, man. You always call plays and say what's actually happening. Stay blessed. Oh, I appreciate that, man. I was nervous that was going to be something bad. I got a call out. I had to read it in the chat. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Yeah, one of these days, maybe I'll be recognized as, whatever. But I'm trying my best to do like a watch along. I used to go to the games and stuff like that. Things have changed. Now this is what I do. So I appreciate you guys. And I've never been a play-by-play announcer. I've never done this for a living. I don't even know what I'm doing, to be honest. This is where I'm at. So I appreciate you guys giving me grace and, being inside the comment box with me, talking about the game. Seriously. Like, I'm a dad, and that's pretty much, I'm a good dad, and then everything else pretty mid. Let's see. They're already tweeting out the largest comeback in SEC championship history is 14 by Bama in 2018. What year was the so 2018? You know what that game was? Yo, that game was crazy. 2018 Bama Georgia. That's when Jalen Hurts came back in for Tua, right? Did you see that? Man, I was at that game. I was on the sidelines for that game. And it was like watching a movie because it was at the same stadium where he got benched and he came back and won the game. You know what I'm saying? That was crazy. One of the craziest, that was, because I saw the 2nd and 26 from the stadium. And, of course, I was there for that game. But, all right, we're back in action. 1st and 10, 5:24 to play. See if Alabama can get something going at the 25-yard line. Trips to the right. Ty Simpson under center. Doesn't go under center often. He's checking. Play clock at 10. Ryan Williams in motion. Here's the handoff. Goes to A.K. Deere. A.K. Deere is going to pick up a gain of 3. It kind of already seems like Ryan Williams has a little bit of momentum. I would watch Ryan Williams to maybe hit on a big play. I don't know. I can kind of feel it. He was one of our X factors in the pregame, right? Is we said big play. Well, he has, 32 yards of yak yardage. That's the best that he's, kind of done here in a little while. He seems like he's kind of feeling it. When players get hot like that, you feed them. 2nd and 7 for Bama. Under center again. It's going to be a handoff to Ryan Williams on a jet sweep. Makes a man miss off a spin and gets off to the right for a gain of 5. So it was a jet sweep to Ryan Williams. He did this spin on this kid. It was nasty. I'm telling you, I just said when you have a guy like that, you feed him. He put a spin on number 28 for Georgia that was one of the nastiest spins I've seen. 3rd and 2 for Bama. I just said it. Give him the ball. Maybe take a shot downfield with Ryan Williams. 3rd and 2 for the Tide. Shotgun formation. Now they're not under center. Ty Simpson back to pass. Fires out. Oh, my God, what a terrible pass. Ty Simpson throws a pass to the outside to Daniel Hill. He's completely off target. Throws it in the turf, and Alabama will have to punt. Man, 3rd and 2, you got to think under center. What a terrible pass, man. Wow. He threw it literally into the dirt. Man, you might need to think about a change, man. Okay? He's out of his element. He's out of his game. He has no confidence. His accuracy is lacking. It's 14-0, user. We got the scoreboard right here, and it's the second quarter with 4 minutes to play. Alabama punts again. Ty Simpson is 5 of 12, okay, for 53 yards. And let me read you out a stat real quick. So minus Ryan Williams, check this out, okay? Check this out. Ryan Williams has 32 yards after catch. That means he's caught it and he's done something else. Outside of that, Ty Simpson just has 21 yards passing, okay? I think at this point, you really have to put in do you? Before I go there, what do you guys think? You guys sound off inside the comment box. I probably do, okay? I probably do. 14-0, 3:59 before halftime. Gunnar Stockton throws a screen pass. Guy's going to get up the field, and he's going to get the first down. Made a really good move up the middle. Oof, man. Yeah, right. I think you need to put in a different quarterback at this point in time. You get to a point where you have to do like adult things and make different, like difficult decisions. You do it now. You do it now. Or you do it at halftime. You kind of see how it goes. But we're 3:47, 3:20 before halftime. Shotgun formation. Georgia's just been throwing kind of screen stuff to the outside. Alabama's been playing off, and that's another gain of about 8. Okay. Did they say fans are booing? That's the second time that Alabama's been booing their own player. I guess I would imagine they're booing the offense. You got to change the quarterback. What you guys think? Handoff for Georgia. It's going to be a first down. That's Frazier with a pickup of about 3. 2:50 before halftime. Georgia now at the Georgia 40-yard line. We had a super chat come in, and that's from Tyler. What's up, Tyler? I appreciate you, man. He's like, sit tight now. Overwhelmed. Can't see the field from Clyde, Texas. What's up, man? I appreciate the super chat from the Lone Star State, man. Thank you. But, I think we're here. And look, I'm a Ty Simpson guy, but I'm a momentum guy. And you got to be able to have some sort of spark, okay? Georgia's moving down the field right now. You need some momentum. Guys can – look, Ty is a leader, so they vibe off what's going on with him. But I think this is a grown man sport. This is professional football. So I think you do make a change. We go back to our Eric Burrow super chat. I think that was hilarious. Roll Tide F Georgia. 2-minute warning, and Georgia is at the Georgia 42-yard line, and they're facing a 2nd and 8. We're at the 2-minute warning. So everybody's on board to at least try something else to get the Alabama offense going, right? Alabama's offense, just to kind of paint you the picture, and we'll go over the stats, and we'll look at a couple different scores from today in college football. But I think, hear me out, fam. Hear me out, okay? Alabama has 71 yards of offense. Alabama's offense has been a talking point for the last, 5 weeks? So I think if you're the committee, you're like, Alabama is not a complete team. They're a good team, but they're not a complete team because something's going on with their offense. I fight through that, and I counter that by making some changes and getting some momentum going, okay? They literally don't have anything from running perspective. They have 18 yards. They have 53 yards. I get it. Georgia is a good football team, a really good football team. But the way that Alabama is playing right now, I think that the argument is that for the committee, they're gonna look at Alabama. What stats, Kyle? Eric Thomas. Are you talking about Ty stats? These are the numbers so far. See, so Charles inside the comment box, he says he wants to stick with Ty. Yeah, I just have to disagree, Charles. I appreciate the feedback, man, but I think at this point in time, you just need a spark. I'm not saying for like the rest of the season, but sometimes you just need to change it up a little bit. Eric, what's up, man? I appreciate you being here. He says, love the channel. Keep up the greatness. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, we'll roll it out, and we'll look at it realistically. I'll take your guys' feedback. I'll take your guys' calls, of course. After the game, everything will be on here post-game, by the way. And then tomorrow, we will be live starting at 11 a.m. Central Time for the College Football Playoff Show. Playoffs. And I had to tell you, just real quick, we saw Lacey last night perform in Annie. She's been cast. My daughter's been cast at the Bama Theater. She did amazing. We are so proud of her. She has a lot of support, and we love her so much, and she did an amazing job. So I'm actually missing her performances today because of, this is work, but I was able to see her yesterday. I'm going to see her tomorrow as well. So I'm a dad first, but also work is work. So, if you're out there and you know how it is. Oh, man. But back to Ty Simpson and Alabama's lack of offense. It's just you need a spark. And what is that spark going to be? Is that going to be a quarterback? With Gunnar Stockton, someone said that Gunnar Stockton isn't cooking. Yeah, I'd probably agree with that. I don't think he's cooking. I think he's being efficient, right? And one thing that Georgia's been doing is they haven't been necessarily taking shots downfield. They haven't been challenging Alabama's secondary, right? what they've been doing is they've been throwing kind of like hitch routes, right? Like a 1 yard or some screens, and they've been moving the football that way. That's kind of where he has his 78 yards. He's only thrown for 78 yards. It feels like he's thrown for like 200. Oh, great. They just showed the seating committee. Let's get a picture of this real quick. Okay, they're watching the game. Oh, my goodness. Imagine what they're saying about Alabama. Maybe they're on the watch along. All right, we're back in action. That was a long-ass commercial. All right, 2-minute warning out of the break. Gunnar Stockton rolling out. He's going to utilize his legs, and he's going to pick up, I don't know how far that went, like 6 yards. So it's going to be a 3rd down and 3 for Georgia. Oof. Oh, God, they're comparing the resumes. Alabama, Notre Dame, Miami. Justin, what's up, man? Appreciate you being here. Tyler's like, we're cooked. All right, 14-0. There is 1:25 before halftime. Georgia is at the 47. Got a man in motion. Gunnar Stockton, the little rollout that they did for the touchdown, and he's actually going to be stopped. Great play by the freshman, Justin Hill. So Gunnar Stockton rolled out, right? Faked to the running back and threw a pass to that running back, and Justin Hill came through and stopped the first down. So it's going to be a 4th and 1. That was gigantic. If Georgia punts right here, he just saved 3 points. That's a freshman. What a tackle. That was outstanding. Type in 8 inside the comment box for Justin Hill. That's a freshman. Wow, that was a fantastic play. Let's see what happens here. There's a 1:08. Let's see what Kirby does. Damn, what a play by a freshman. He don't look like a freshman, by the way. So it's there's a timeout. It's 4th and 1, 1:09 before half. And yeah, Georgia's gonna punt. That was gigantic. Oh my God. Watch the trickery here. Yep. I just told you, watch the trickery, and that's exactly what they're doing. They literally motioned off everybody. The offense came back on the field, and they're under center now after being in a punt formation. I would go for it here. Alabama's offense can't do anything. This is a huge gamble, and now they call a timeout. Wow. I knew the trickery. And Kane Womack's defense doesn't fold. They don't jump. And now Georgia will punt. 4th and 1. That's discipline. That was crazy. So literally, they were set to punt, and everybody left, and they did an entire substitution. Georgia's offense came back on the field. They lined up under center. They tried to draw Alabama offsides. Alabama didn't jump, and they took a timeout, and now it's 4th and 1. That was huge by the Alabama defense. That's discipline. Yo, you know what? Oh, let's put on the game tracker Justin Hill tackle before half. Number 8 tackle. That could be one of the biggest plays. You look at, sometimes spark happen in different spots. This is what I do. Oh, my God, they're coming out. They're going for it. They're still going for it. 4th and 1. You got to stop this. Here's the handoff. They're going to pick it up. And it's a 1st down for Georgia. They just overpowered Alabama's defense. It was a handoff to Georgia's running back, Josh McCray, and he picks up 4 yards. 1st down. That was an easy pickup. Man, we don't have to add that Justin Hill tackle. Because now that kind of just, that wasn't as big as a play as it could have been. Still a good play. Shotgun formation. Gunnar Stockton back to pass. Ball is tipped. And incomplete. 46 seconds before half. Uncle Monk is saying bye-bye Bama. Pass was tipped by Yanzi Pierre. Yanzi Pierre just got the paw up. Man, that could have been an interception right there. Dang, man. Oh, no, that was 41. I think that was Nakai Hill Green, right? Look at the time of possession. Georgia's had the ball for 19:25. 46 seconds. It's going to be a handoff, and it goes nowhere. It's like a gain of 2. So it's going to be a third down. There's 40 seconds left. Now, it's important to note, Peyton Woodring, he is 3 for 3 from 50 yards out. Everybody has a better kicker than Bama. Shotgun formation. Gunnar Stockton has to get rid of it after pressure. That was great pressure from Alabama. And it's going to be a 4th and 8. They're out of field goal range. Good stop by there was an official calling something. I didn't hear what it was. It's going to be a 4th and 8. Gunnar Stockton just emptied it out to the right. Were they calling it for intentional grounding? All right, it's a 4th and 8. There's 20 seconds left. Georgia is punting. There's 20 seconds before half. $20 left. Here's Georgia to punt. And if I'm Alabama, I just sit on it and I make a decision with Ryan Grubb and Kalen at halftime about what you're going to do with the offense. And it's going to be fair caught at the 10. Just sit on it and just go to halftime. It looks like we're going to be at the halftime break, 14-0, Alabama down by 2 touchdowns. I'll go over the stats at the halftime break, and then we'll recap the earlier game for Texas Tech winning. And then what we'll do is I'm going to ask you some questions about this game, which Alabama should do from an offensive standpoint to get something going, because clearly they need a spark. I would imagine they just sit on it right here. There's 10 seconds to go in the game, and Alabama has, 91 yards to go. There's shotgun formation. What? Just sit on this ball. There's 15 seconds left, actually. Ty's in shotgun formation. Alabama has 2 timeouts. Ty's passing. What the hell are you doing, man? Just sit on the ball. Ty completes a pass to Marshall Pritchett. Ty's tagged. He gets his knee hit. He's limping. He gets up. There's a flag on the play, probably, roughing the passer. Two fouls. Personal foul. Hands to the face on offense. Personal foul. Roughing the passer on defense. It's going to be first down. So offsetting penalties. They actually smashed Ty Simpson in his leg. I would imagine, oh my God. Ty Simpson, they are lucky Ty Simpson's leg didn't break right there, how they hit him. Man, that was dirty. Right at his knee. So Alabama will now sit on it, and they go to halftime. Ty's walking. He's fine. He's actually has a little bit of a hobble. If there's any way that, you have a different quarterback, is because Ty Simpson is now could be banged up. They didn't officially say that, but if you saw that hit to his knee, I can't believe he's not still on the ground. 14-0 is a halftime break. We'll put a halftime marker at the bottom where it says second. We'll put halftime there. And Georgia in complete control. Why do you throw the ball right there? There's 15 seconds left. I get it. You have 2 timeouts, but man, so much could have went wrong right there. Wow. Do you guys agree with me? Man, all right, let's go to the stats. Let's look at the game stats for this game. Holy cow. All right. Woo. All right, so the halftime question is inside the comment box, okay? Please answer it with the yes or no while I go over the halftime stats. Should Alabama try a different quarterback in the third quarter? Alabama gets the football. Would you like to see a new quarterback? Yes or no? Let me go over the halftime stats. Alabama trailing the Georgia Bulldogs at halftime by a score of 14-0. Gunnar Stockton in this game, we'll start with Georgia first. 12 of 17, 80 yards. Not a lot of production, but he does have 2 touchdowns, okay? So he hasn't been necessarily cooking. He's made a couple big throws, mostly short stuff that has gone for long yardage, okay? He also has ran the ball 7 times for 32 yards. Frazier for Georgia, their running back, 7 carries, 25 yards. This guy's been tagged twice, and he stayed on the ground twice. He's been popped once by Damani Jackson and another time by Yanzi Pierre. Georgia right now, 22 carries for 88 yards. That's the number to watch right now because Georgia being up, they want to control time of possession, which they are doing, by the way, having the ball for 19 minutes in this game so far. Important number to watch. Receiving wise, you had Dillon Bell. He did catch a touchdown pass. He has 3 for 32. He also has a run for 19 yards. So Dillon Bell being utilized for Georgia in this game. For the Alabama Crimson Tide, that's kind of been the story, right, is Alabama's inability to get anything going on offense. So it starts, in my opinion, with two things, okay? It starts with the offensive play calls that they had kind of on the first and second series from Ryan Grubb, and I think it also comes on Ty Simpson in his delivery, okay, and decision-making and accuracy. And in those areas, Ty Simpson has struggled, okay? So he's 5 of 12 for 53 yards. The biggest thing is he really has 21 yards passing because those short passes to Ryan Williams down here, Ryan Williams has 32 yards of yak yardage. That's after the catch. Those are screens that went for big runs, okay? Outside of that, Ty Simpson has been on the struggle bus. 2 throws that really stand out to me with Ty Simpson, okay? And I'll read comments in just a minute. Let me roll through these stats. The pass that was intercepted. Now, let me ask you inside the comment box, did Ty Simpson have time to throw when he threw an interception? Yes or no? Did he have time to throw? Did he have a pocket? He did, okay? He did. And he decided to throw it across the middle. It was a 20-yard downfield pass. It was tipped, and a Georgia defender was able to intercept it, okay? Now, the second pass was a throw that was about 9 yards to the left to Daniel Hill. And Daniel Hill, like, he was open. It was basically like a small wheel route, if you will. It was like a swing pass. And he got the ball, and he threw it, and it completely just went into the dirt. He was disappointed in it, and come on. You got to be better than that, okay? I don't know what's going on psychic-wise with Ty, but something's going on. And Alabama's offense has not been able to move the football, right? You're missing Jam. You haven't been able to run the ball with anybody, okay? Daniel Hill has 3 for 9. A.K. Deere, who everybody's been calling for. He's the guy that's going to change everything, right? He has 2 of 5. It's going to be hard to run the ball against Georgia, period, okay? Now, Ryan Williams has 2 for 33, and that's kind of been the best news so far. Has been good to see Ryan Williams back. His playmaking ability is crazy, okay? He had a run on a jet sweep where he hit the spin button and made this dude completely whiff. It was nasty, right? Let's look at the game comparison stats right, real quick. And we have Georgia, who has 168 to Alabama's just 70. Passing yards, as you saw, Bama has 53. Georgia has 3 penalties. Alabama has 0. First downs, 10-4. Third downs, Alabama's defense kind of held here. 3 of 9, Bama 1 of 5. Clearly struggling. Now, you look at this number right here, red zone. Georgia is 2 for 2. And you look at this additional number right here, time of possession, 19-10, okay? When Alabama doesn't win the time of possession, they struggle, okay? And when Alabama turns over the football, they struggle. And now they're losing time of possession and they're losing the turnover margin. So when those 2 items don't go their way, they lose every single time. Is there time to come back? Absolutely. Absolutely, right? But the first half isn't it. So my biggest question for you, okay, and maybe we can ask on the game tracker too, biggest question, should Alabama start another quarterback? Okay. And when we go to kind of the X factors and then to our game tracker, where we're going to ask, should Alabama start another quarterback? You look to the X factors. How would you assess on a scale of 1 to 10 right now, Ryan Grubb's offensive play calling? Scale of 1 to 10, how would you assess Ryan Grubb's play calling? Go ahead, sound off inside the comment box. I would probably say like a 4. Some of those first opening drives, I'm still kind of thinking about. Okay? It was a third down and 3, and you do I guess you could call that a jet sweep or a handoff to Lazier Brooks. Didn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? And Ty Simpson, and we said, look, nothing fancy, Grubb, and I think he's done a couple fancy things that really hasn't worked out. Ty Simpson, we said no turnovers. He threw an interception. He's been inaccurate. It just hasn't been it. Ryan Williams, he's made plays when he's had the ball. Ryan Williams has touched the ball 3 different times, and he's made plays on each of those plays. This has been the best that Ryan Williams has looked in, like, forever. Seriously. But I guess he always just plays well against Georgia. And then I said the entire secondary. I think these guys have done a good job, Alabama's defense, but they've been put in some tough situations in this game. So secondary, have they been torched? No. It's been more short stuff that's gone for kind of long yardage. All right. So when we look at the game tracker right here, okay, how did we get to this point? Well, you can't mess up on special teams, and you can't have special teams blunders. Alabama did just that, okay? They had a punt that was blocked. That was the first punt this season that has been blocked, okay? Actually, can we start a poll too? Let's just start our poll, and let's say, should Alabama start another quarterback? Just so we can see what the people think. And then how did we get to 14-0? Well, Ty Simpson's interception led to a 14-play, 57-yard drive by Georgia, lasted 7:44, and it's 14-0, right? So Bama's offense really has had no spark, has had no energy, has not moved the football down the field. And so the biggest question, I think, that everybody, the elephant literally in the room, I would imagine, and we have a poll right now that says, should Alabama start another quarterback to start the third quarter? I think a lot of people are saying yes. And let me ask you, let's go over a couple different scenarios. And let's put on this game tracker too. What does a loss do to Bama in the playoff conversation? And maybe you could shorten those words or whatever. I think if you do start a quarterback, that doesn't mean you start a quarterback and that's just it. That's like the end of Ty Simpson. I think if you've played sports before, if you've coached sports before, sometimes a different player gets hot. A different player provides a different spark, right? And I think that's what you might do. And sometimes that helps the quarterback who's struggling kind of find himself again, okay? Because I think like Wade's World saying is Ty's confidence is really down right now. Now, is Ty a competitor? Hell yeah. Can he come back out of this? Sure. But at this point in time, I think it's hurting Alabama so much because of the next factor, which is what does a loss do for Bama in the playoffs? And I think it gets that serious, okay? And I think, yeah, you made it to a SEC championship game, but I'm telling you, Alabama not making the playoffs for a second year, fans aren't the standard here right now is to make the playoffs. Okay, make the playoffs. The SEC championship is great, and that keeps a lot of the fans kind of a little happy. But if Alabama does not make the playoffs again, people are going to be absolutely livid. I'm telling you, it's going to be a long offseason. Okay, there's been a lot of positives, but the way that kind of the back end of the season kind of trailed off, people aren't happy. And you're like, yo, Kyle, you had a lot of confidence about this team making the playoffs regardless. Yeah, I did. But the only way I said that they wouldn't make the playoffs tomorrow would be based on how they play today. And if I had to ask you, an Alabama football fan, inside the comment box, is this a playoff team? Is this team playing like a playoff team? Yes or no? And I think you have to think about it like, are they playing like a playoff team against Georgia, who's one of the best teams in college football right now? Who's going to play well against Georgia? Not a lot of teams. This is a damn good football team. I'm not trying to walk you off the ledge. I'm just saying, let's be realistic about this. This Georgia team, they're good. They've won 8 in a row. Kirby Smart's pissed. I haven't seen him smile ever. Right? And if I'm asking you and you're an Alabama fan and you're like, no, I don't think this is a playoff team now, then imagine what the seating committee is doing right now as they're eating their cheeseburgers and hot dogs during halftime. You imagine Hunter Yurachek? No, I'm dead serious. Imagine what he's saying. Oh, he didn't seem like an Alabama fan to begin with. So I get it. And another thing that you start to think about is like, if Alabama's season would have ended last week, after they were on a high point, after beating Auburn, they would have been in the playoffs. But Alabama playing in this game and how they are playing, and we don't know the ending of this game, but I'm just saying, if it ends like this, they'll be penalized. While Notre Dame ends the season beating Syracuse. Yay, or Stanford, whoever they beat. Stanford, right? So then I think Greg Sankey gets pissed off because he's like, look, we had two teams reach the SEC championship game. One of them was penalized. Notre Dame, still kind of in the mix, or Miami or whatever they decide. I'm just saying that's how dire the quarterback spot is here because it catapults the offense. Let's not mess around. Let's not pretend that the quarterback position isn't the main spot. That's what starts things. You think Daniel Hill's just going to take over? No. Alabama's offense, to be 100% honest, let me ask you this. How long has Alabama's offense been on the struggle bus? How long? It's been too long, to be honest. It's been too long. And we've kind of rode, tie. And they've been in games and they've won games because of the Alabama defense. But I think it's been too long since Alabama's offense has been stagnant, right? You need some explosive plays. And I was asking you, yeah, that's the question I'm asking you. When was the last, how long has it been stagnant, right? It's been a while. And I fully understand the competition that you're playing. Look, think about the defenses that Ty's going against. Let's just think about that real quick. Oklahoma's defense, ferocious. Say what you want about Auburn. Auburn's defense is really good. And the recipe is they blitzed. Georgia really hasn't even sent that much pressure. So Oklahoma's defense, really good. Auburn's defense, really good. And we got Georgia, really good. This is a whole different level, right? And Andre inside the comment box is like, I don't know what the hell's going on, but it's not clicking. Let me ask you this too. Can you guys look this up for me? Somebody, who's good at stats? I know Jarvis is, but let's put out all my stat people, listen up. When is the last explosive play that Alabama had on offense? When is the last, and I'm going to define an explosive play by more than, I'll keep it simple, more than 35 yards. Okay? When was the last explosive? I think if I'm guessing, it might be against LSU on a 53-yard pass to Lazier Brooks. Right? Jarvis, are we right? Is that it? When's the last, past 30 foot? This team has no explosive plays. Kyle Burr says it back in the 1800s. Someone said last year when Ryan Williams had one. Oh, man. Whew. Man. Someone said Milrow. You guys are killing me. Oh, man. So, and Ryan Grubb, I think right now, to be honest, I'm having some weird feelings about him. It's just, that's the truth. And watch, can I show something to you guys? Watch, this is going to be, I just open dialogue. Okay, this is open dialogue time. All right, why was Ryan Grubb fired at Seattle? Okay, look, I brought this up a couple times, but now I'm going to show you. And can we agree? Let's go over these points. I just typed in, why was Ryan Grubb fired at Seattle? Okay, I'll go full screen. Okay, I just typed this in. This is what it said. Philosophical mismatch. McDonald wanted a more physical run-first, ball-controlled offense, similar to the Baltimore Ravens' roots, while Grubb's background leaned towards a high-powered passing, creating a fundamental difference approach. Inconsistent offensive performance. The Seahawks offense underperformed, finishing near the bottom of several key metrics, including points per drive, explosive plays, and struggling to establish a consistent running game. Does any of this sound familiar? No, I'm dead. Like, tell me. Am I off base? Lack of alignment. McDonald stated that there wasn't enough alignment and that the offense wasn't developing in the right direction he envisioned for the team, making the decision inevitable. Context. Ryan Grubb was hired from Washington with high expectations after a successful stint there, but his transition to the NFL proved challenging. The decision came after the team missed the playoffs. Playoffs? So does any of that can you see some parallels? Right, Samuel, you see what I'm saying? It sounds like there's parallels to, what's happening there and what's happening here. So, in May, I don't know. And I think I haven't seen Ty doing it that much in this game. But can you imagine? No, I know, Cali Bama. I'm not denying that. I thought he was, dog. Cali Bama he points out, he's like, I was calling him the best OC since Sark. I fully believed that he would be that guy. That was clearly a bad take by me, right? Imagine how I feel. Yo, this girl over here on this Dr. Pepper machine, they're throwing these balls inside the can. Have you guys seen this? This one girl is throwing, I've never seen this before. She's basically like a push pass. And she made 6, which was terrible. Yeah, if you got a football, you throw it. A gentleman on the right wins by throwing 14 balls into the Dr. Pepper can, and he wins $100,000. So kind of having mixed feelings about him, and then I've been telling, you guys about Ty. Well, I think it's not about switching up stances. I think it's just understanding that sometimes you make a good take and sometimes you make a bad take. And I think collectively you can assess things at a better point in time based off things that aren't happening, I mean, I clearly felt, just like you guys felt, that Ryan Grubb is doing a great job or was going to do a great job. And there, at times, I felt he was. But when you kind of look to how the offense has been trending, I mean, these two guys run the offense, right? Is there anything? I mean, you could add the offensive line play, I guess. But I think a lot of it is on these two guys. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Open to feedback. And remember, like inside the comment box, if you guys have a different opinion with me, that is 100% fine. Like, trust me, outside of this, I promise you we'd be friends. All right. So if you have something to say it. Feel free. It's all good. I'm grown enough to accept all types of feedback. It doesn't bother me at all. I promise you. And it's all good. And I'll still highlight your comment. So it's all good. I'm just curious to see what he does, because I think Grubb's track record, Kalen DeBoer's track record, is that he doesn't. It seems to me, at least in the small time that we've watched him, that he doesn't make changes. You know what I'm saying? It seems like he kind of just rolls with his guy. And the point to that, I don't have a lot of data points, but he seemed to ride Milroe all the way. Right. And it seems like Connor Talty, he rode with him. He's still riding with him. And Ty is kind of our next data point. Does he keep Ty in a game like this? He might be loyal to a fault. So we'll see. Yeah. Base is like, it was all good about a week ago. Things changed, dog. SEC is crazy. Oh, man. I got to make a call real quick. I'll be right back. Give me 2 seconds, all right? And remember, ABC's already taken 500 commercials. I didn't take commercials. Jimmy Clay has a super chat. He's like, remember 2017? Yeah, that was 2017 when Coach made the decision. He had 2 sons, and he had to put another son in over another one. And guess what happened? He won the Natty. Sorry, I'm trying to find out where my daughter is. Because she's in the middle of performances. She had a performance today at 2 and then at 7. I know. And then tomorrow she has a performance at 2. So tomorrow I'm going to be live 11 to about 1:15. And then I'm going to go watch my daughter. And then we'll have another nightcap show tomorrow night. Cool? No, Kyle calling the board. No. I bet Kyle hates the comment box. No, I don't. The comment box is the comment box. It's just like people are heated. This is the fan reactionary show, and the thing is, covering Alabama football and loosely like SEC, you understand that the passion of Alabama fans and SEC fans is because, one, the fans in this area know football, okay? They know football. Football is a part of their life. So and I have never seen people be more upset than when Alabama football loses and more happy when they win. That's just part of it. Jimmy Clay back with another 10 spot. Jimmy, man, appreciate you. Thank you so much. Paul Green is like, with the super chat, he's like, dude isn't Saban, so there'll be no switch. Dude, I love that avatar, by the way. Give me 1 second. I'll be back, and then we'll do the third quarter. I'll be right back. I need to excuse myself. I'll be right back. All right. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. And thanks, Jimmy Clay, again for the super chat. And to everybody that has been throwing super chats my way, I appreciate it. Marcus McCanns, thank you again, man. I appreciate it. And everybody get inside the comment box. I don't do a lot of pauses or take commercial breaks or anything like that. I just I enjoy being here with you guys, believe it or not. All right, we're starting. All right, we started the third quarter. Let's see if the Tide can get something going. Come on now. And away we go here at the Mercedes Stadium. We're about to find out if another quarterback is starting here momentarily. Oh, man. Come on now. Third quarter. And let's see what we got. Kevin's saying we got the same problems as last year. Well, Alabama gets the football to start the third quarter, so we're about to find out about your quarterback. Broderick in with the $20 super chat. Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. I'll read it out in just a second. Ty Simpson comes back at quarterback. See if he can get some more momentum. Under center. Man in motion. That's going to be Jeremy Bernard. Play action. He's going to find Lazier Brooks. Brooks is going to be hit, and I think a gain of maybe 1. Broderick says this: the second half will determine the rest of DeBoer and Grubb's career at Bama. He's going to have to get in his Saban bag and make the adjustments. Roll Tide fam and have some faith. I appreciate the super chat. We'll see what happens, man, what type of adjustments they can make, because we do know this about Kirby Smart is he makes some fantastic second half adjustments. They've been trailing all season long, Georgia has. Man in motion, which is Caleb Edwards. Shotgun, here comes pressure. Ty Simpson looking, trying to escape. He's going to run backwards about 10 yards and then throws it downfield, and it's incomplete. Man, I thought they were going to get him for like a loss of 20. Ty Simpson now 6 of 14, 54. By the way, we're just looking at this. According to Mike Rodak of 24/7, Alabama minus 16 entering today to make the playoffs. The line is down to minus 650. They trail 14-0. Third down for Alabama. 3rd and 9. Simpson back to pass. He's going to be sacked in the backfield. Big loss. It's going to be a 4th and 18. Ty Simpson bottled up. Fans are booing. They're booing, right? Are they booing Ty or the offense? Man, Ty Simpson was looking. Georgia just in zone. And Georgia's able to get to him. Quarterback sack. And, man, that is crazy. You know, it's amazing to me that there hasn't been a change made, I guess. Here's the punt. Punt is away. Looks like a good punt. And it's fielded at the 40. He's got room to go, and he's going to get to Alabama's 40. Woof. All right. Byron, what's up, man? Good to see you inside the comment box. So Georgia will start at the Alabama 42. Oof. Who were they booing? I mean, I obviously Alabama, but were they booing someone particularly, or was it the entire team? Ooh, this isn't good. Was that Jefferson? Was Jefferson limping? All right. It is 1st and 10 for the Bulldogs. Shotgun formation. Frazier is going to get, I guess, a gain of 1. The Terrence channel is saying you have to buy bench Ty, and then Michael is saying that they're booing Ty. Second and 9 for Georgia. They are at the Alabama 39. It's going to be a play action. Gunnar Stockton complete to Frazier, who's going to pick up 5 yards. It's going to be a 3rd and 4 for Georgia. 584 inside the comment box says Ty needs to be booed. Uncle Monk says no. What's up, Uncle Monk? Tyler, what's up, man? Good to see you. Says Coach Kalen DeBoer, Ty, all the same. 3rd and 6. Georgia is 3 of 9. Bama is 1 of 6. Ugh. 3rd and 3. Stockton completed pass, and that's going to be another 1st down. It was completed to Zachariah Branch. Oof. Gunnar Stockton made a quick throw. Nice catch. 1st down. 1st and 10 at the Alabama 27. Michael Field says the game is over. Gumptown is saying 21-0. DeBoer put Keelan in. Gunnar Stockton back to pass. Lawson Lucky is complete, and Georgia is going to be at the 9. It was a completion of 18 yards after Gunnar Stockton hits Lawson Lucky. Kind of just did like this. It looks like the safety was baited a little bit. It was wide open for the tight end, makes the catch. And Georgia is at the 9-yard line. 1st and 10 from the Alabama 9. Oof. Oh, man. What's up, Art Ross? 1st and goal from the 9. Gunnar Stockton fires across the middle. It's going to be batted down by Nakai Hill-Green, which is his 2nd pass deflection. 2nd and 9. 2nd and goal, basically. You know, you kind of wonder, too, is like with the Alabama offense, going back to this whole Ty Simpson thing, is like if he comes back, I guess, on this other route, like he's not putting in another quarterback. And I wish I could kind of talk you guys off the ledge, but, man, it's stubborn, right? Georgia on a handoff to Frazier. Frazier's going to get into the end zone. 21-0 after a 9-yard touchdown run by Nate Frazier. 21-0. Turn over the sticks. Tide fans upset, booing. 21-0 after a Nate Frazier 9-yard touchdown run. The scoring drive, 6 plays, 40 yards. Woof, man. Not good. 14-0 half, and now 21-0. And I don't know if Alabama's offense, what they're going to do. I told you, this is the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario, I think, for Alabama, and what I was even scared about, and I didn't think that this would be like so one-sided, right? But now 21-0, you got to, what happens if you're playing somebody on a video game? What happens? 21-0, you got to turn over the sticks. Clearly, they're not going to put in another quarterback. At least I don't think so. I'm still surprised that they came out with Ty again. And this could be something, we got a super chat in here, but this could be something that is a big issue with Coach Kalen DeBoer, is that he doesn't make adjustments, maybe because, I don't know. Like, let me ask you this. Why don't you think that he hasn't explored another quarterback at this point in time? Clearly Ty's on the struggle bus. And I'm not even saying for the entire season, but like, why? He didn't do it last year either. All right, Sharp Strider says this. Ty fought hard for the quarterback position, true. But this is a game of individuals. It's a team sport. At some point, you have to accept that. As good as a coach as DeBoer is, he doesn't, let's see if we can finish that out. He doesn't have the stones to take it to a natty. Now, I'd read out the full words, Sharp, but you get it. So thanks for the super chat. And that's going to be one of the biggest things, too, that we question kind of about Coach Kalen DeBoer. And this will be something that's kind of tagged on him for the whole offseason, is that does he have kind of the stones to make changes during a game? We haven't seen this at all. And look, we love Ty Simpson. We appreciate what he's done. But damn, the offense has 0 heartbeat. You got to do something. Something. You're fighting. You know what? I promise you, if Alabama does not make the playoffs, fans are not going to be happy. I'm telling you that his approval rating will go down. You're going to be in some weird bowl game. Look, if they can't score a touchdown in this game, I don't think they're making the playoffs. And again, I'm asking you, the committee's watching this game too. Another super chat in. We need some juice. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's all I'm arguing for. Man. Kind of looking at the X factors, it's like, okay. Now what is it? Because clearly we've gone through these first 3. You need something to change it. Man, can you imagine being the ACC championship game and competing against the Big Ten championship game? You got Virginia and Duke. Who's watching that game? God, can you imagine if Alabama ends up playing Duke or something like that? Some weird bowl game? All right, 21-0. No teams came back from 14. Come on, let's go. There's the kick. And Lazier Brooks going to get hit and his helmet flies off. Man, I thought that was his head. Holy cow. Man, Lazier Brooks gets hit and his helmet flew off. All right, here comes Bama. Bama has a whopping 62 yards in this game. Ugh. First and 10 for the Tide. Quarterback still Ty Simpson. Woo! Man, he's going to get heat for this. Shotgun formation. Ty Simpson. Handoff to the outside. A.K. Deer is going to pick up 5. Man. It's going to be a 2nd and 5 for Alabama. Oof, man. 2nd and 5 at the Alabama 18. 10-15 before the fourth quarter. Tide have to get something going. Tide changing things around. Got 10 on the clock. 9, 8, 7. Snaps the ball. I don't know. Confusion, and Tide just falls down. Wow. What the hell is going on? It's like a total collapse. Ty was changing all sorts of stuff, and then A.K. Deer went one way, and Ty Simpson, it was a busted play, so Ty literally just had to fall to the ground. It's 3rd and 10. DeBoer looks pretty calm. Ryan Grubb's on the sideline. 3rd and 10, 9:30. Oof, man. Yikes. Here comes the pressure. 3rd and 10 for Alabama at the 13. Come on now. Let's get something going. Come on. I don't know what it was. Ty gets hit after the whistle. Wow. There was a whistle, and a defender came and just lit Ty up. There's a flag on the play. False start on Alabama. DeBoer is livid. It's going to be 3rd and 15. Woo. Wow. So before the whistle, the guy came and just tagged Ty. Bam. Flies back, hits his head. 3rd and 15. Oh, my goodness, man. This is. Woof. 3rd and 15 at the 8. Alabama's backed up. Shotgun formation. There's a snap. Georgia's only sending 3. Ty Simpson throws it out to the outside, gets it to a tight end, and it's going to be short of the first down marker. It's to Marshall Pritchett for a gain of 12. DeBoer looks at the clock, 8:41 before the fourth quarter. Alabama now has 74 yards. You look at that series, right? Alabama, there was the false start and the misplay, right? Those are plays that are going the opposite way. Now they're about to punt. 4th and 3, and the punt is away. And Georgia will take over at the 35. Man, and you got to start to think now. Here's another crazy question. Maybe we'll start a new slide and we'll post-game questions. The first question will be, post-game. If they don't win, are they in or out of the playoffs? And then the second question, think about this. What if Ty Simpson comes back? Do you guys, what about that? Whoa. 21-0. We're on a TV timeout. 1st and 10. Georgia's going to start at the 35-yard line. Oof. Alabama still, have they crossed the 50? I had to check. Man. It's crazy that he still won't put in another quarterback. What's your guys' frustration level so I can kind of test the water? On a scale of 1 to 10. Is it a 10? Might be a 10, huh? Look, it impacts us all. 100%. I mean, you don't want to, talk about the Duke's Mayo Bowl or what would they do? Where would they go if they don't make the playoffs? let's think about that last series. You put in AK Deer, ran the ball for 5, second down and 5, Ty changed things. AK Deer went this way, Ty went this way, Ty went to the ground. Third down, false start, go backwards. Third down and 15, throw to Marshall Pritchett. It kind of seems like Ty Simpson can't throw downfield, right? Am I tripping? The Cheeto ball? Is that even a thing? Tempered take. Ryan Grubb is fool's gold. Well, as people have said inside the comment box, I thought that Grubb was going to be the best thing that we've had here in quite some time, and it seems to have led to a lot of frustration. So, terrible take on my end, because now I'm going to have to switch tunes on that. I mean, it is what it is. Bad take by me, and openly admitted that, that wasn't the right call, and we have to assess things as they are right now. I do like to look at things like zoomed out, but also I think I have to be realistic in the sense it's like, what's happening right now, Kyle? Right? Like, what's happening now? What has been happening for the last 5 weeks? And I think, what I was thinking about, fam? Don't you think it was a clear sign when Ryan Grubb moved to the sidelines? Like, that late in the season? Why would you do that? Like, that to me, that signals like things aren't working. You changing things like that late? JoJo said he couldn't throw downfield 5 games ago. All right, first and 10 for Georgia, and handoff to, it's like a jet sweep to Dylan Bell, and he goes nowhere. I mean, it's like, yeah, the defense is out there, but it's like, what you going to do with the offense? Can't do anything. Shepard's energy, bigger loss than people think. I think he's in the game, right? He was coaching at the game, I think. Who'd they say was out? Who'd they say was out? I missed that. Shotgun formation. Gunnar Stockton steps up, makes a man miss. He's going to stumble for like a gain of 9. Who'd they say was out? It's going to be a 3rd and 2 for Georgia at the UGA 43. 7:20. Xavier Brown's out? Yeah, and by the way, Jamarcus Shepard is there. He's been coaching all week there. So Xavier Brown is out. Thanks, comment. I appreciate you guys, undefeated. Xavier Brown is now out. Oh, my God. 3rd and 2. Stockton back to pass. Goes downfield and pass is completed. It's another first down. Wow. So Georgia picks up another first down, and they are moving down the field. Yeah, so Xavier Brown is hurt. Wow. Yikes. Man, they go up. They put points on the board here, fam. Oof. And, yeah, Gunnar Stockton, it was a 3rd and 2, and Gunnar Stockton just steps up, throws it, and personal foul. And it's going to actually be a 3rd and 17, so that takes away that first down. So 3rd and 17 after a hands to the face. This could be big, right? This is huge right here. 3rd and 17 for Georgia. 6:30 before the 4th quarter. Shotgun formation, trips to the right. Gunnar Stockton has 5 on the play clock. Here he comes. They're only sending 3. Steps up. It's complete, but they're going to be short of the first down. It's going to be 4th down and probably 3 yards. They're going to call it a 4th and 4. So, am I right, fam? Because I can't hear the broadcast, but I want to make sure everybody understands. Are we out? Did Justin Jefferson leave and is Xavier Brown out? I think that's what they said. 4th down and 4. Jefferson is out. Okay, thank you so much. And I think so. Justin Jefferson is out and Xavier Brown. Georgia has just punted. Ball goes into the end zone, it'll be a touchback. So Alabama will come out. It's the third quarter, 21-0. There's 5:40 before the fourth quarter. And if we could put on the game tracker too, Justin Jefferson and Xavier Brown out in like third quarter, just so we can notate that they were out in the third quarter. Okay, let's look at the stats real quick. This is kind of alarming, clearly. Not only the score, but you kind of look right here, right? Kind of tell the tape. Look at this. You're telling me that Bama has 74 yards of offense. Christian might have said it the best. He's like, we suck. And you're not going to change a quarterback. I guarantee you. Do you think that he'll take heat for this, fam? Because I know we're like fanatical fans in here, but do you think that Kalen DeBoer will take heat for not making a quarterback change? I think you have to do just something. I mean, maybe what are people going to point to? People didn't want Jam Miller to play to begin with, and now they're going to be like, oh, well, Jam was missing. Yeah, Jam was having a better performance, but the issue is clearly at the quarterback position. The issue is clearly the offensive coordinator. And it's been like this probably since, I guess, that LSU game, right? So here we stand. And to be honest, like not even messing around, I have no idea what Ty Simpson does. Like, because you got to look, NFL analysts have already really liked what he does or like what he did. But is this going to be like a situation to where, he thinks about, I'm dead serious, because he's already been projected to go in the NFL draft, and it's not the strongest quarterback draft class. Okay, how about this? Oh, this is post questions, all right? Post-game questions. Let's just take the game's not over, okay? But this is called a hot take. You can adjust this vote in post-game. What would you say your approval rating is for Kalen DeBoer at this very second? Being mad, you're upset, you threw your hot cocoa out. What's your assessment of Kalen DeBoer, like your approval rating of Kalen DeBoer right now? I like this take. Joe says, what's up, Joe? He says, line of scrimmage, Kyle. Line of scrimmage, I really believe Ty is injured. I was cool with sticking with him until the second down, the audible, and the slide. Yeah, fair take. There's a lot of people that has said that he's injured. I don't buy that, bro. I don't buy that. I agree with you on the line of scrimmage. I just don't think that he's injured, man. And I don't know this for sure, but I just think that it's something like in his psyche. And I don't know if I've made this up in my own mind, but I think it's like, I feel that Ty he wants to be a coach and he's always looking at the play sheet. I think he's thinking too much. Right? DeBoer and Grubb won't make it to 2027 at Bama. Maybe. Be hard to make the playoffs next year, too. 1st and 10 for the Tide. Ty Simpson still in at quarterback. Simpson back to pass. Come on, young man. Fires it out, and it's going to be to Daniel Hill, completed. Even that pass looked weird. But it was completed. We'll take it. 4-yard pass. I think they keep on pointing to Jam. Like, Jam, like he was going to make such a difference in this game. I love Jam. It's not the running back is not the issue in this game. Alabama hasn't been able to run the ball regardless. And people have been calling for Daniel Hill and for A.K. Deere. Just like, they can't run the ball with anybody. Third and 4 for the Tide. Do you get what I'm saying? I think like Ty is playing like too controlled. 3rd and 4 for the Tide. Alabama's 1 of 8 on 3rd down. Ty changing things. He's got 4 wide receivers. Here's a snap. Here comes the pressure. Fires it out, and Daniel Hill is going to pick up the first down. After being hit, he extended the play, and Alabama gets a much-needed. What are they going to give him on that? Did he get the first down on that? No, I guess he didn't get the first down. Oh, he stepped out of bounds. Man, I thought he picked it up, but his foot went out of bounds. Oh, man, he barely stepped out of bounds. That was a great play by him. 4th and 2, and they're punting. Okay, yeah. Man, no offense at all. Here's the punt. Punt is away. Man, yikes. Mike, what's up, bro? This is a rough one, right? Yeah, he stepped out of bounds, man. I thought it was a first down. I didn't see his foot go out. Yeah, I would agree, Craig. There was some bad throws on that. That first throw that he had to Daniel Hill was a bad throw, right? Jay Suave, what's up, bro? One-dimensional, yeah. Who Dat fam? What's up, man? I see you inside the comment box. Grub. Man. All right. Here we go. Georgia's ball at the Georgia 35. It's a handoff. Guy's going to get like 9 yards. Now they're kind of playing some bully ball. I missed your guys' approval rating for Coach Kalen DeBoer. I was looking at a different screen. You guys mad at the coaches? Chris Stewart. Chris Stewart has the keys to every single thing, right? All right, 2nd and 1 for Georgia. Eric Burrow's like, win or lose, F Georgia. All right, handoff. They're going to get the first down, and the chains will move. Hey, thanks for the super chat, Eric. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Jackson says, are you mad? Who's mad? No adjustments. That I will agree with. Okay, that's a good point right there. Is Jeffrey says no adjustments, 1,000,000%. Alabama did nothing different in the second half, or so far. They've done nothing. This third quarter has been kind of sad, to be honest. They've been overpowered. They've showed no improvement in terms of adjustments. They've done nothing different. They've taken no shots downfield. They've done nothing. Let's write that down. Second half adjustments. That's good. That was really good, Jeffrey. One-dimensional, yeah. Kickback says could have had Lane. That is something that we're always going to talk about. Is like if Alabama had lost that game. Let me ask you this, fam. All right, listen up. This is like a weird question. 1st and 15 for Georgia. Jet sweep to Dylan Bell. He gets, 5 yards. Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you think if Coach Kalen DeBoer would have lost the Iron Bowl, that things would have moved with Lane Kiffin? Or do you think that's just kind of rumor talk? I don't know. I think he clearly delayed that decision because, he was waiting to see the outcome of that game. Jay just wants a Kane Womack. Handoff goes absolutely nowhere. Hey, 87, thanks for becoming a live show sponsor, man. That's a big time. Thank you, 87. I appreciate you, man. 3rd and 13 for Georgia. But I mean, even like with this stop right here by the Alabama defense, you're like, man, come on, offense, like get something going. They haven't had a first down since the first quarter or something like that. Is that true? 3rd and 13, 1 minute to play before the fourth quarter. Gunnar Stockton back to pass, fires out. It's a completed pass, and he's going to go out of bounds after being wrapped up by, I think, Cam Calhoun. It's going to be a 4th and 5 for Georgia. I'd probably just go for it. Christopher says that's a rumor. Yeah, about Lane Kiffin and the whole DeBoer thing. It kind of sounds like it, right? I just think he has a great way of making every single thing about him. He's really good. He controls everything. Lane Kiffin. Jonathan saying DeBoer will never make it. I think the approval rating will probably go really down if they don't make the playoffs for a second consecutive year. We'll see. I think it's going to be damn close. But just, how they have played tonight, I think really affects them in a negative way. Georgia to punt on a 4th and 5. Punt is away. Looks like it's probably going to fair caught at the 10. Man. 82 total yards. That is crazy. This has to be the least amount of yards that an Alabama offense has had in I don't know how long. You know what? Call me crazy. That Texas Tech team, they're good. I get it. They play Big 12. That would be an interesting matchup for Bama. I don't know. I bet you Tech would definitely be favored. All right, here we go. 1st and 10 to Alabama 9. Ty Simpson still in at quarterback. Shotgun formation. Looks like some pressure's coming. Yep, and it is. Here comes the pressure. Ty Simpson in his own end zone. Steps up. He fires. It's completed to Caleb Edwards, his tight end. Hey, that's a 22-yard completion. That's a freshman. Seen some freshmen play, and that's the end of the third quarter. Ends with the first down. It's going to be 21-0. Georgia on top going into the fourth quarter. Ty Simpson was literally in the end zone, stepped up, found Caleb Edwards, who is a freshman, and made a good catch and got some yardage. Kalen DeBoer puts his head down on the TV, and it's 21-0 in the fourth quarter. So you clearly need to put some points on the board. Even if this game ends like 21-7, that looks a lot better than 28-0. You see what I'm saying? But I think if the committee, I can only imagine what they're talking about in the conference room, right? Yeah, Adam Lampello is asking about Jerry Bernard. Things kind of trailed off with Jerry Bernard, right? Playoffs. All right, Sam is asking the chat. You guys answer right now with a yes or no. Chat, can we come back down 21-0? Yes or no? Type it inside the comment box. Oof. Yes or no? You guys answer. Do you think Alabama comes back? Yes or no? How about this? Does Alabama playoffs? Oh, man. Need points bad for sure. Dirtbike, what's up, man? Dirtbike says this. I know what you're saying, Kyle. Thank God we put Alabama 9th. Man. Let's see. What's up, Patrick? Good to see you, bro. I don't think so, Kyle. They're looking at the whole game. We obviously are not a playoff team. I think so too, man. I feel this is kind of what I thought in terms of like the playoffs. I thought that win or lose, I thought it would be a tight game, right? And let's say Alabama even scores a touchdown here and somehow like the game was to end like 21-7. I think because of how we've all watched this game, the game has been controlled by Georgia, and Alabama's offense has been literally like nothing. And I think that's going to be a constant issue with the committee room is Alabama's offense. The defense is great. They have, some guys banged up right now, but Lee Thomas, I'm just saying like 21-7 looks better than, 28-0. But I think it is what it is. I think the committee will be feeling like we do. And they're not. And you know what? Coach Kalen DeBoer is going to be asked after the game. He better be asked. How do you feel about, talk about your team's chances to get to the playoffs? Or this is how I'd ask it. Coach DeBoer, why should this team make the college football playoffs following a performance like this against Georgia? I would imagine that he would say, well, you look at our resume overall, the fact that we split with Georgia, the fact that we're finished the regular season in the SEC 7-1. You know what I'm saying? the way that we beat SEC teams. But I think the counter would be the way that Alabama ended the season. They were on a down trajectory, right? All right, start of the fourth quarter. Let's see if we can get some sort of miracle comeback. Down 21-0. Ty Simpson at shotgun. Looking. He's going to check down to Daniel Hill, and Daniel Hill catches it for about 9 yards. Daniel Hill is the leading receiver, 4 receptions for 19 yards. What's up, Upper Strings? Good to see you, bro. Trips to the right. Ty Simpson takes the snap. He's going to be sacked in the backfield for a loss of 10. Ty Simpson is absolutely crushed by 2 guys. So it's going to be a 3rd and 10. Oh, my God. There's a flag on the play. It looks like it's going to be against Georgia. Kirby Smart's pissed off on the sideline. Unnecessary roughness on the Georgia Bulldogs. So that's going to be a first down for the Tide. Kirby Smart is laying into number 15. I didn't even see what happened on that. It would have been a 3rd and 10. Now it's a first down for Alabama. Let's see what happens on this play. They're showing the replay broadcast. Okay, so down goes Ty Simpson. And then I didn't see what happened. All right, well, first down for the Tide. At the 45, extends this drive a little bit. See if they can get a natural first down. 1st and 10. Play clock goes down to 1. Ty Simpson, ball is bobbled. It's going to be caught by Caleb Edwards, and Edwards is going to pick up the first down. The ball literally flew into the air after being tipped, but it's a gain of 13. Caleb Edwards, a freshman tight end, has 2 receptions for 34 yards in this game. Whew, thank goodness. Alabama in hurry up. Shotgun formation. Let's call it twins. Ty Simpson gets a snap. Back to pass. Checks down once again to Daniel Hill. Daniel Hill now has 5 receptions for 19 yards. Man, that guy, he smacked Isaiah Horton. That's what it was. 2nd and 6. 13 minutes before this game ends. Last fourth quarter heroics. Need something on the board. Ty Simpson facing pressure. Checks down to Daniel Hill, who drops it. And it's going to be a 3rd and 6. Daniel Hill was kind of floating to the right. Threw it to him, dropped the pass. Hey, Patrick, thanks for becoming a fan funder. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. 3rd and 6. Man, Daniel Hill has 5 for 23. He's been targeted 9 times in this game. 3rd and 6. Ty moving everybody around. It's got 3 wide receivers to the left. 12:59 remaining in this game. Back to pass. Ty Simpson facing pressure, throws off his back foot downfield, and they're going to throw a flag. It's going to be pass interference. Intended receiver was Ryan Williams. Man, that was huge. Ryan Williams always gets held. Ty Simpson just threw the ball off the back, and Randall says he's scared to throw the ball deep or medium. Could be the case. He threw it deep there, and it's going to be pass interference after the defensive back kind of tackled Ryan Williams, and Alabama's going to move forward again on another big penalty. So Georgia really helping Alabama out here, right? 2 costly penalties that have moved the ball downfield, right? You had the personal foul and then that pass interference. Georgia has 7 penalties for 80 yards. Bama's offense now moving thanks to the Georgia defense. Shotgun formation, 12 minutes. Ryan Williams to the outside. Ty Simpson looks, goes downfield, throws a deep ball, and it's going to be incomplete. The pass was intended for Lazier Brooks in the end zone. He had some zip on that pass, to be honest. How about we just, come on. I actually like that play. Hey, Roslyn, appreciate you watching from Jamaica. Hopefully you're doing okay after the hurricane. Hope your family's okay. And, I know you all have a lot to get situated down there. Hope everything's okay. I appreciate you being here. Just too positive. I know, man. It's a problem that I have. Shotgun formation, 2nd and 10. Simpson back to pass, facing pressure, just throws it up, and it's going to be nearly caught in the end zone by Ryan Williams. That would have been an incredible catch, and he can't come down with it. Man, he threw a shot in the end zone to Ryan Williams. Ball was there, and Ryan Williams drops it. It was a dropped pass by Ryan Williams. That's a drop to where you start to wonder, like, man, does this guy need, like, contacts or something? I'm serious. Like, the depth of perception was, like, off. That was weird. Dropped touchdown pass by Ryan Williams. My goodness. That was another X factor, right? Good coverage, too. Here comes the pressure on Ty. He checks down to Jeremy Bernard. Jeremy Bernard's going to pick up the first down and a little bit more. He's going to get into the end zone. Touchdown, Jeremy Bernard. And he praises God on the backside like he always does. Jeremy Bernard inside the end zone. Scoring drive for Alabama. 9 plays, 91 yards. That's what they're going to say, 91 yards. 23-yard touchdown. End result, Jeremy Bernard with a 23-yard touchdown. Ty Simpson was rolling out. He found Jeremy Bernard. I guess that could have been a screen. Jeremy Bernard made like 3 guys miss on that play and gets to the end zone. Alabama finally in the end zone. You know what? It's going to be 21-7 after the PAT. Here it is. And you know what? That play felt more like, I wouldn't call it backyard football, but you were playing with more of a sense of urgency, taking a couple shots, throwing it downfield. Like, why? You seemed like you were playing so tight in the beginning. You threw a touchdown pass, or at least a pass in the end zone to Lazier Brooks. It didn't hit. You threw downfield to Ryan Williams. He missed it. And then you had another playmaker step up. At least you were taking shots. Like in a fight, at least you were throwing some punches. Man, who knows? Maybe that touchdown's something that could save Alabama. I don't know. At least our chances for, however this game ends out. So 21-7. I actually, and to kind of highlight that drive, let's put on the game tracker Alabama's first touchdown, 4th quarter. I think what stands out to me is, like, you look to the fact that Georgia had 2 costly penalties, right? And Alabama was able to capitalize, right? They had the personal foul, right? And then Ty's able to at least take some shots, and then Jeremy Bernard put a guy in the dirt, made another man miss, and gets up to the end zone. I'm not mad at that. You know what? That looked better. Clearly, it ended with a touchdown, but I think at least, like, you're throwing punches now. So 21-7 is the score. And so, let's see who's this. I love this avatar, by the way. Mimi View says the ref stood in the way of the blocker. Is that true? I was watching that last game, Texas Tech play BYU, and what was really weird? There was a play. By the way, there is 12:33 left. What was weird is in that Texas Tech BYU game, there was an official who was like officiating without his hat. Did you see this? And it was so weird. It felt wrong. It felt like somebody like just had a costume, was out there like officiating. You wouldn't like believe how big a hat makes, right? All right, so 21-7. That looked good. I love that Jeremy Bernard with his kind of celebration at the end. That dude's unfortunately, he's not a captain. But he like exemplifies like leadership. The guy's just a good dude. I'm sure you've seen many interviews by him. So that was a hell of a play. I'll remember that play for a long time. It was a good play. Bama says, why am I so jovial? Because, I mean, look, it's 21-7. You get another score here, right? Maybe it does end 21-14. The way that you don't know what this committee is going to do. I mean, think about it. When we thought Texas A&M was going to be penalized the committee came back and they're like, you know what? They were losing to South Carolina, 30-3, and the way that they came back, and I know they won that game, but they value the way you're able to play through adversity. And let's face it, like, this is a team that is playing outstanding football. I'm talking about Georgia. Wow, that drive was 91 yards. Previous to that, think about this. Alabama had 82 yards of offense before that drive. That was a 91-yard drive, right? So here we go. 21-7. You got 12 minutes before the game ends. Little jovial, maybe too early. Let's see what happens. Maybe a pick six. Shotgun formation. Gunnar Stockton back to pass. Rolls out to the right. Pass is completed. And Keon Keeley on the stop. And it's going to be a gain of 7. 2nd and 3 for Georgia. 12 minutes to go in the game. Dirtbike says that was a spark. Sam Edwards says Vegas made that call. Oh, Vegas may have called. All right, 2nd and 3, 11:50 to go. Under center. Play action. Stockton. Back to pass. Completed to Lucky, and that's going to be a first down for Georgia. 11:37 as he goes out of bounds. Actually, clock is going to keep running. 11:30. 21-7 is the score. 11:30 remaining in the game. Got to get a stop. Alabama clearly has all its timeouts plus the 2-minute warning. Hold on, AR. Let's hold on. Tim Keenan literally just fell on Gunnar Stockton, and Gunnar Stockton took a minute to get up. I don't know if that was a busted play or whatever that was, but I'm telling you, all of 330 pounds of Tim Keenan fell on Gunnar Stockton, and it looked like he didn't like that. Can you imagine if Tim Keenan fell on you? 2nd and 10. Come on, Alabama defense. You got Cuevas out there. You got Deontay Lawson. 2nd and 10. This is big. Branch in motion. Gunnar Stockton. He's going to keep it. He's going to pick up maybe about 6. Let's call it a 3rd and 4. 3rd and 4 for Georgia after a quarterback keeper. Man, yeah, Tim Keenan is gigantic, man. Come on, D-Lip, come on. 3rd and 4. Shotgun formation for Georgia. Stockton looks over to the sideline, changing some things. Trips left for the Bulldogs. 10 minutes to go in the game. Here's a snap. Stockton scrambling. He's going to try to make a man miss, and he's going to be wrapped up. Nice play by Cuevas, and Alabama's defense holds, and Georgia's going to have to punt. Hey, Georgia's defense is going to have to punt. And I think they do look gassed, but that was a hell of a stop right there. Cuevas was on the complete opposite side, kind of read the play. He floated around the opposite side of the line and made a play. Yo, Cuevas, that was an outstanding play. Yo, okay, here we go. Georgia to punt, 9 minutes to go. Man, let's see what happens. 4th down and 4. Here's the punt. See how this team can fight. Talk about a big series. Oh, he drops the punt. He muffs it, and it goes back a couple yards. So Cole Adams, Mr. Dependable, fair caught it, falls down, kind of fumbled it, but he fell on top of it. But Alabama will have 98 yards to go. Just 7 more yards than what they did last time. Wow, I've never seen Cole Adams do that. Oh, my goodness, man. He almost ended this game. Holy cow. That could have been a second special teams blunder. So Alabama will have, I think they're going to mark him at the 5. They have 95 yards to go. There's 9 minutes. Let's see what they can do. at this point, I think, see if you could drive down the field and clearly get something. You got to get style points right here if you're able to drive the ball down the field 95 yards and get a touchdown. I mean, the last drive was 91 yards, right? I think it was. Let's see. I just want to make sure. It was the last drive was 91 yards. This one will have to be 95. All right, let's see what we got. 21-7. Hang on tight. 9 minutes to go. Cole Adams almost put that ball in the end zone. That would have been a wrap. Let's look at Alabama's. God, these commercials are so long. I'm going on the other screen. I'm going to. I want to see the playoff odds. I think they have live playoff odds on FanDuel. Let's see. Odds. Okay. Georgia to win this game is like plus 50,000. Let's see. College football playoffs. To make the championship, to make the semis, to make the playoffs. Okay. You know what? Alabama's chances have now gone up to make the playoffs. At first, it was 1650, and now it's minus 750. So maybe they make it. Okay, so there we go. So right now, the live odds are that it's minus 750 for Alabama to make the playoffs. I don't know. I honestly feel much better if Alabama is able to score right here and, maybe the game ends 14 or 21-14. Holy cow. We have a stat out here. Okay, trivia from Mike Rodak. Stewart's like, F those odds. Yo, how many yards has Alabama rushed for in this game? And what was the criteria said that Alabama had to do? Alabama said that Alabama has to run the ball, right? The committee. So guess how many yards Alabama has rushed for? Let's put this in our post-game stats. Alabama has rushed for 1 yard. And I get it, you're like behind or whatever, but you weren't behind 1 yard. All right, 95 yards to go. Ty Simpson, shotgun formation. Let's see what we got here. Late game heroics. Ty Simpson in the end zone. Check down pass. Incomplete. Intended for Caleb Edwards, his tight end. 2nd and 10. 1 yard, fam. 1 yard. Holy cow. I think that's the lowest since 1940. 2nd and 10. 9 minutes to go. Alabama on the 5-yard line. Pass is complete to Journey Bernard. And Bernard gets about, 6 yards? They're going to call it 8. So it's 3rd and 2 for Alabama. They're tied at the 12. Their own 12. Come on. Simpson still in shotgun. 3rd and 2. Obviously huge. Alabama 4 and 2 of 9 on 3rd downs. Ty Simpson back to pass. Dumps it off to Caleb Edwards, who's going to be absolutely stuck. It was like a hospital ball. Threw it to Caleb Edwards. He tried to catch it and was just absolutely tagged. Drops the pass, and it's 4th and 2. Jeez, man. Caleb Edwards got absolutely blown up. 4th and 2. They're going for it. Got to go for it. 4th and 2. They do have all their timeouts. This is really for the game right here. They're playing. 4th and 2. There's a snap. Ty throws it to the outside and just completely overthrows Journey Bernard. threw it over his head by like 5 yards. Oh, my God. That's the play you call? That looked terrible. Come on. They go for it for 4th and 2. At their own 12-yard line, you have all 3 of your timeouts. You have the 2-minute warning, and you throw it to the right and out of bounds as the worst pass. God bless. Oh, my God. What? Yo, can we put that? We'll put that on the game tracker. 4th and 2 call. Wow. Man, Rolling Tide says that Ty did it on purpose. Oh, man. That was... All right, 1st and 10 for Georgia on the Alabama 12. Little quarterback keeper, and he picks up like 2. That was terrible. Oh, my God. (21-7), 2nd and 10. Was Daniel Hill open? I didn't see that. You guys are calling Daniel Hill. Bro is asking inside the comment box, is Ty our quarterback next year? I don't know, dude. Does this guy come back? Little handoff, and he's actually going to be stuffed. That's Frazier getting hit hard by Deontay Lawson with the big pickup. Beth says, run it on 4th and 2. Yeah. This team doesn't run it on 2nd and 2. Alabama now has 1 yard rushing in this game. You imagine? I don't know if the committee's going to like that. 3rd and 11 at the Alabama 13. Stockton back to pass. Here comes pressure. It's a screen. Georgia's going to get up, and they get in the end zone. Touchdown to Zachariah Branch. What a brilliant call by Georgia right there. The house was coming. They threw a screen. It was perfectly executed by Alabama. Kalen DeBoer shocked. Well, that's what's going to happen, dog, when you go for it for 4th and 2 from the shadow of your own end zone, okay? 4th and 2, what do you expect? You're shocked? You're shocked that the defense gave up 12 yards? 28-7. You could have punted it. You could have kept it respectable at 21-7, maybe. Yo, what a brilliant play call, man. That was admit it was a good play call. 28-7. So, you know what? So you ask the questions, why didn't you pull Ty? Why did you go for it for 4th and 2 when you had all your timeouts? When you had the 2-minute warning, when the defense, you know that the defense can come up with stops. You expect the defense to come up with a stop from 12 yards? What are you playing? The worst case scenario, they kick a field goal and it's what, 24-7? It's 28-7 now. That's the score. Can we add an 8 to Georgia's scoreboard? 28-7, 6 minutes and 51. Oh, man, that was ugly. What about that throw by Ty to the outside? Someone's saying Dumb and Dumber. Oh, man. Can we get a AI? No, I don't want to do that. I was going to say Grubb and DeBoer. Kid Latin, what's up, man? Appreciate you being here. Thanks, guys. This has been rough, all right? I think, like, we're going to look at things from a realistic standpoint at the end of the game. This will be a post-game show that will start after the game. I'll take your guys' calls. I'll give you my assessment of the game, which I think you already know. Clayton says that it was rigged. Man, you know, it's been really interesting to see, and sad really, to see the downfall of the Alabama offense. Something happened at the back end of the season, probably with like I don't know where we have to go back on tape a little bit, but I think it might have been like the LSU game or something like that, where Alabama's offense started just trending the opposite way, and they never were able to really recover. I think Coach Kalen DeBoer is going to take a ton of heat, as he should, for this loss. You didn't really have to even win. You know what I'm saying? You just had to really keep it close. Pate is saying that if it was 56-0, it'd still be in 100%. Maybe. I mean, he's another guy that knows, a ton. I would say, I would ask you this, everybody inside the comment box, now that you've even had more to assess Alabama tonight, do you feel that this team deserves to be in the playoffs? Yes or no? Answer me inside the comment box. Because maybe if it was 56-0, they'd still get in? I don't know. But I think he takes a lot of heat on this because he didn't necessarily have to win this game. I mean, you want to win every single game, but my point is you had to keep it respectable. But the way that they played, to me, it wasn't a playoff team. This wasn't a playoff type of performance. This was a team that clearly still is having the fundamental issues that they've had for the last 6 games. I mean, think about it. This team has 1 rushing yard, fam. 1. Okay? 1. Yeah, you could say you have, jam out, whatever. I think it was going to be hard to run the ball against Georgia, period. Comes down to the lack of execution. I mean, some of these missed throws that you're having over here, this does not look like a playoff team. It doesn't. And I don't know for sure. I mean, you have big-time analysts saying that they already know that Alabama's in the playoffs. I'm just saying, it's like, from what we're seeing right now, I hope that they're in, okay? But, like, as maybe I'm being more reactionary right now, this doesn't look like a team that needs to be in the playoffs. Like, right now. 6:51 to go in the fourth quarter. Shotgun formation. Ty Simpson completed pass to Jeremy Bernard. But again, it's like you kind of get caught up in the emotions. Let's say Alabama scores right now and it's 28-14. It does make you feel better, right? But then you're like living on moral victories. Rammer Jammer has a score 28-14 final. Maybe he's right. All right, 6:26 before the game ends. Shotgun formation. Ty Simpson back to pass. Fires a pass, and it is going to be complete to Jeremy Bernard. And I guess there's 2 ways to look at, is Alabama a playoff team? You zoom out and you look at what they've done the whole season. 10-3. You see that 7-1 in SEC, but how do they play in the SEC championship? You played, the best team right now and arguably in college football in Georgia. 28-7. Ty Simpson back to pass on second down, and it's going to be incomplete, intended for Jeremy Bernard. And it kind of seems like the playoff committee doesn't like Alabama anyways. I don't know that for sure, but it just kind of seems like that. Then you could ask, well, how would Georgia fare against Notre Dame? I think Notre Dame would take that. That's an interesting one because Notre Dame, it seems they can run the football. They're playing well. I don't know. All right, 3rd and 2 for the Tide, 5:56, 28-7. Shotgun formation, Daniel Hill in the backfield. Ty Simpson, shotgun formation. Simpson back to pass. Has time. He's going to scramble. He uses his legs, and I think he might have got the first down. They're going to say it's a 4th and 1. They're obviously going for it. I don't know. BYU didn't look, Jumpman, what's up, dog? BYU didn't look very good either. Right? 28-7. 4th and 1 and timeout by Kalen DeBoer. Super chat in. Let's see. It's idiotic to think Bama beats Notre Dame. I know you get into those hypotheticals, like who would beat who based off all this stuff. I don't know. I mean, I think also, too, is like you kind of look, when you assess a game, you look to how both teams played clearly. And it felt, though, that, like, because I don't want to take away stuff from Georgia. Like, this is a good team who's won 8 in a row. They bottled up Alabama. Alabama has 176 yards. Most of that came off one drive when they went 91 yards downfield. Alabama has 2 rushing yards in this game now. Ty Simpson, 17 to 31, 1 touchdown, 1 interception, 53%. Injuries, Brandon Williams brings up a good point. He's like, does injuries account for something? Good point. 4th and 1 for the Tide. Lined up in a pistol, kind of motioning things around. Now in shotgun formation. 4th and 1. Tie back to pass. It was a fake handoff, and they're going to pick up the first, and it's a throw to Caleb Edwards, and Alabama picks up the first down. Rolling Tide says, ooh, this is an interesting point. We beat them already, and they just barely beat Georgia Tech. That's actually a fair point. First down for the Tide. Caleb Edwards in this game has 3 for 42. Oh, man. 5 minutes before the game's over. 28-7. Alabama at the 42, the Georgia 42. Tie and shotgun. Back to pass. Has time. Throws it to the outside, nearly intercepted. Intended for Ryan Williams. That was almost picked. Yiked. Oof, man. That could have been bad. So he threw it to Ryan Williams, who ran like a 15-yard out, and he threw it into double coverage. Oh, my goodness. How did they not catch that? That should have been a pick 6. Supernova's calling for a different quarterback. We have a super chat asking if we're going to get in over Notre Dame. I don't know. We'll talk about that in postgame. I think I'm being more reactionary now because they're not playing well, but let's look at it in a big perspective. And we'll do that after the game. Ty Simpson back to pass, shotgun formation. He's scrambling, and he is going to be tackled in the backfield. It's going to be a 3rd down for Bama. Man. Ty Simpson, I guess he didn't. It was kind of a coverage sack. Kind of ran to the outside, and he gets wrapped up in the backfield. 3rd and 15. Clayton says not healthy enough for the playoffs. Yeah, 13 games, right? Guy's a little banged up. I think Clayton, I appreciate the super chat. I think it's more of like execution, but we could talk about it. 3rd and 15 for the Tide. Pass complete to Jeremy Bernard, who throws it across the field to Daniel Hill for a first down. So on 3rd and 15, Alabama throws it to Jeremy. They've been saving this one all year. Throws it to Jeremy Bernard on the screen. Jeremy Bernard catches it, looks back, and he throws it to Daniel Hill. Daniel Hill catches it, and Daniel Hill runs for, I don't know, whatever it was. So it's a first down. Ty Simpson back to pass. At the 20. Incomplete. That was crazy. However, we got to move the ball. I don't know. Look, Alabama scores a touchdown right here. And you look at the game by, hey, they only won by 14. Alabama beat Georgia before. They're 1-1. There's a lot of, I'm telling you, it's going to be interesting to see if Bama makes it. They got to score here, though. 3 minutes and 42 seconds, 2nd and 10. That was a crazy trick play. Trips to the left. Man in motion, which is A.K. Deer. Ty Simpson looking. Throws it to A.K. Deer, and he drops the pass. 3rd and 10. That was crazy. 3rd down and 10. That was desperate. But it got a first down. Shoot. I had never seen a team do that unless it's like no time left. Lance, what's up, dog? Good to see you, man. Twins, 3rd and 10. Ty Simpson back to pass, fires it to the outside, and him and Ryan must have been on a different page. Incomplete. Ryan was running. The ball went somewhere else. Incomplete. 4th and 10 for the Tide. Yeah, we'll talk. Somebody's talking about Malaysia, the flight MH370. That was crazy. I don't know what happened to that plane. Just like I don't know what happened to Alabama's offense. Maybe they can find something here. 28-7, 4th and 10, 3:33 remaining in the game. Man in motion, which is Jeremy Bernard. Ty Simpson changing things around. Here's the snap. 4th down. Here comes pressure. Ty Simpson makes a man miss. He's extending the play. He's extending. He keeps on running. He's at the 30. He throws it in the end zone. Dropped by Jeremy Bernard. Hit him in the chest. Would have been a touchdown. Would have been a circus play. And it's going to be a turnover on downs. Wow. Ty must have covered 35 yards on that. Threw it right into the chest of Jeremy Bernard. Hits him right in number 5. Hit him in the chest and bounced off. Wow. How did he drop that? I've never seen Jeremy Bernard drop a pass like that. That is crazy. That would have been one hell of a touchdown. All right, they still have 2 timeouts and the 2-minute warning, so they could get the ball back and score again. Handoff by Georgia. That's a turnover on downs, and it's going to be a gain of like 2. It looked like it was kind of tipped, huh? And if you played the game, like a tip can change that trajectory. It is crazy. Tybee Cooking wants to call in now. Yeah, you guys can call in. The call-in show is going to be hot as hell. Keep in mind, after the game, when you guys call in, it's just going to be hot. Okay, so make your point and know that a lot of people want to get on and get mad. So let's get people in the call-in line. 2nd and 7, play action for Georgia. And Gunnar Stockton's just going to kind of take a sack. If we could have that call-in line graphic kind of pulled up to like 4. Or after the game tracker. Ask Sam, what's up, man? Ready for this game to end. Big Ben killing us. Man, this isn't good. Bama loses by 3 touchdowns. DeBoer got out-coached. And we can change out some of those trending topics on the right with like items of the game. Will Alabama make the playoffs? Why didn't Coach Kalen DeBoer pull Ty? Bright spots. Yeah, what would you, okay, how about this, fam? What would you ask Coach Kalen DeBoer after the game and post-game? Post it inside the comment box. What would you ask Kalen DeBoer in post-game? 3rd and 12 for Georgia. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. It's a handoff up the middle, and it's going to go for long yardage. Wow, it was a 3rd and 12, and it's a run of 19 yards up the middle of the field. Not good. Not good. Someone says, why do you suck at coaching? Where are your stones? Why do you suck? Why did you keep tying? That's an interesting one. Yeah. Why the no quarterback change and that 4th and 2, right? Man, I really, really thought. But what we've seen, in this, now we have more data points on Coach Kalen DeBoer, even going into next year, right? Is we know that he is not going to change a quarterback. Once he has his quarterback, he is making 0 changes. And we know that because he stayed with Milroe, he stayed with Ty, okay? And he stayed with his kicker. All when those guys were struggling, he stayed with them till the wheels fell off. Oh, yeah, this is another good question. Is DeBoer on the hot seat? That's an interesting one because here we have a coach that just got to the SEC championship game, going 10-2. I don't think so. I think approval rating drops. But making the SEC championship game saves you from a hot seat. However, if you don't make the playoffs for a second consecutive year, man, -3 yards rushing. Whoa. I've never seen that before. Following the game, I will take your calls. I'll do a quick game recap. You know what? I'm just going to do the recap now and then have it ready. If we could get like a graphic, like a thumbnail made, I'll just cut the post game real quick so we can post it immediately. Okay. So we got 2 minutes left, but I'm going to cut it right now. Okay. You guys are going to see me doing some work. You probably see this video out there. Family, what's going on? Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube, following Alabama's loss to the Georgia Bulldogs in the SEC championship game. I have a couple questions for you inside the comment box, and my first question for you would be a question that I have for Coach Kalen DeBoer, and I want some feedback inside the comment box. Why didn't Alabama in the second half try a different quarterback? And I think that will be a question that hopefully the media asks him, and I'm curious to see what he says. And I think when we look at Coach Kalen DeBoer, we've kind of have more data points that he's going to ride the guy until the wheels fall off, right? You stay with Jalen Milroe last season. This season, stuck with Ty Simpson and stuck with your kicker. So those are kind of data points that we have. Maybe I'm off base. It just seemed like, and I'm not saying bench Ty forever. It's just sometimes you need a different spark, and clearly Alabama didn't have that spark, even when you had the opportunity to get the ball there in the third quarter when you were coming out 14-0. It kind of reminds me of that 2017 matchup when Coach Saban made that change, right? And things started to change for Alabama's offense. I think one of the things that really stands out to me is the lack of Alabama offense. I mean, they had a scoring drive that was 91 yards, but man, this team has been on the struggle bus running the football. And I have to wonder, if you're the seating committee, how do you view Alabama right now? Do you view Alabama like zoomed out 10-3? They won 4 games against top 25. You did beat Georgia. They beat you, kind of split with them. I don't know. It's just like one of the things that the committee brought up was that Alabama has an inability to run the football, and that has been a constant issue. Tonight, at least when I'm cutting this video, maybe they have a long run here in a second, but I'm cutting this video and they have -3 yards. Okay. Daniel Hill has 4 for 11. AK Deer has 3 for 10. And I get it. They're behind. So, the offense kind of changes, but still they haven't been able to run the football. Ty Simpson struggle bus at this point is 19 of 39, 212 yards, touchdown and interception. So the offense clearly on the struggle bus. And I thought Georgia, they did play a good game tonight, and they controlled the game. They controlled the time possession, won the turnover battle. And my next question for you inside the comment box, as Alabama has lost this game and finishes out 10-3, I have a question. Is this a playoff team? Yes or no inside the comment box. Is this a playoff team? Georgia already sitting on the ball with 1:57. I'm able to cut this video before the game's even over. So my question for you, does Alabama make the playoffs? Sound off inside the comment box. We're live right now, so if you want to come over and hear the call-in show, I'd invite you to. But Alabama falls to Georgia, ends the season 10-3. Do you think that this team will make the playoffs? Sound off inside the comment box. Alabama loses in the SEC championship game to the Georgia Bulldogs. All right, you got 129. I'm going to cut this video real fast on the other side, and then we'll jump into our post game. The Crimson Tide go down, and I'm going to post this game, the video immediately, so just add a thumbnail on it. Georgia beats Alabama 28-7. Do you think that Alabama makes the playoffs? I'm just going to post it immediately, and then you could just change the thumbnail as soon as you can. Appreciate that. All right, the game is over, fam. So Georgia has defeated Alabama by a score of 28-7. And let me get the post-game show ready. We'll update the graphic, and we'll get it out to Facebook immediately as well. Down go the Alabama Crimson Tide in the SEC title game. Let me do a couple editings. So right now, as I open up the call-in show, and let me kind of go over some metrics first while I get everything set up. And I appreciate you guys joining me. So my question for you inside the comment box, and we'll start a poll right now while I get things set up. Will Alabama make the playoffs? Playoffs? Will Alabama make the playoffs? Yes, no. Okay, that's the poll. I'm setting up the call-in line on the other line, so give me a second. And then I'm going to take your calls and go over a recap. This will be our instant recap right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I'm going to take your calls momentarily. Remember, when you call into the show, note that somebody's just as mad or, madder than you on the other side. So please be courteous, make your points, and then, we'll move along. But it's open mic night, okay? And Alabama lost, and I think we have a lot to talk about. So let me go over a couple different items real quick, and then we'll take your calls right here on Bama Football on YouTube, okay? All right. We start right here with the final score. Alabama drops to Georgia by a score of 28-7 in the SEC title game. And Georgia in this game was led by Gunnar Stockton, being interviewed right now on ESPN. 20 of 26 in this game, 156 yards, 3 touchdowns. On the ground, he had 13 for 39. How would you guys – did he dominate in this game, Gunnar Stockton? I don't think so. I don't think he, dominated, but he was effective, and he was efficient, right? 20 of 26. You also had 141 yards by Georgia running the ball. There was at times I felt that they had a couple chunk yardage plays. Like Bowens had 19 yards there at the back end when Alabama was kind of on the ropes. And then receiving wise, they were led by Zachariah Branch, who had 5 for 53 with a touchdown. And I thought, Dylan Bell played a fantastic game, honestly, and I liked the way they utilized him. So that's kind of a snapshot of Georgia's offense. Okay. Lot to talk about here. Won't spend too much time on it because I do want to take your calls. Ty Simpson, 19 of 39. I have to ask you the tough questions, okay? How would you assess the play of Ty Simpson on a scale of 1 to 10? Go ahead inside the comment box. How would you assess the play of Ty Simpson on a scale of 1 to 10? Okay. I think, and we'll update the title on this video. And then we'll also add a thumbnail on that video I just posted. I think when you're looking at Ty Simpson, man, he was on the struggle bus, man. Shoot. It seemed that he was very inaccurate. I felt that there was times where he had a pocket and he just, wasn't able to deliver. And ironically, how crazy is this, fam? I felt the times that he did have an open receiver or when he did make a good throw, the guys dropped the ball. Could you, right? Were there 2 drop touchdown passes? I know on that one drive they eventually scored, but Ryan Williams dropped a touchdown. This team drops a lot of passes. And then Jordan Bernard had a dropped pass as well. So, man, tough night for Ty. Finishes 19 of 39, 212 yards, a tutty, and then threw that costly interception. Daniel Hill, A.K. Deer, there was no running tonight. Nobody could run the ball. In fact, Alabama ran the ball 16 times for -3. And I bring that up because let me ask you inside the chat. Do you think that Alabama will be penalized because they couldn't run the ball tonight? And I get it. Georgia's a team that you can't run the ball against, But like -3 yards, I never even seen this before. And I don't know if this is like an overreaction. It's just like, this is factual information. We're not making any of this up. It's like, these are the stats. I wish they were better, but there were 2 drop passes. There were -3 yards, right? There was an interception. None of that is fake news, right? I wish it was, but those are facts. Jarvis says, if we don't make the playoffs, I say we start a different quarterback for the bowl game. No, they won't do that. He already did it last year. There's no way, and I just, Jarvis, last year, I think we did it. I'm not disagreeing with you. I just think it won't happen. But I think you do start to explore, your quarterbacks, but he did it last year. He's going to play Ty Simpson, I would imagine, the entire game. We're in the exact same situation, right? Thanks for the super chat, by the way, Jarvis. Receiving wise, I mean, there's just not a lot of offense. I guess I saw Caleb Edwards, a freshman, come up with some big catches, 3 for 42. He got popped. He was targeted 5 times. How about Daniel Hill? A lot of checkdowns, 5 for 50, right? And then Jeremy Bernard, 6 for 62 with a touchdown. Could have had another touchdown, but he dropped it. But I think, I'm going to take your calls in just a minute. Let me go over these team stats real quick. It's weird. You look at this right here, the total yards, and you're like 297 to 209. You're like, well, no. Alabama had 91 yards of that on one drive. Other than that, for a long time, they only had 82 yards. I think clearly Alabama, look at these numbers right here. Third downs. Last time Bama played them, 13 of 19, Ty Simpson. This time, 3 of 13. Georgia didn't do too well on third downs either, 6 of 16. Red zone, Georgia was 4 of 4. Wow. Bama was 0-1. Time possession, they beat Alabama right there, 36-52. And then the turnovers will kill you, right? It always comes down to the turnovers and time of possession with Alabama. All right? That's just how it is. All right. We go to the phone lines, and I think we got Timothy calling in. Let's take Timothy. Timothy, what's up, man? Welcome to the show. Alabama drops to Georgia. My first question to you, bro, is Alabama in or out of the playoffs?
That I would say we are out but here's another thing that the committee will probably take into account is we lost 3 players tonight, and we had Jim Miller out, Josh Cuevas out. We also had a lot of people out before the game even started. And we already lost 3 people in this game as well. I would say we're out because the way that the committee's going to look at one thing, and they're going to say, well, dang, Alabama had -1 rushing yards. Yeah, let's put Notre Dame in. Mm-hmm. I firmly believe we're out, but the committee has been unstable this entire cycle, so there's no telling. But when I turned this game on, I was like, all right, like they got the 3rd and 14 for Georgia. They stopped them. And then right when I turned the game back on and I saw a blocked punt, I was like, that's game. Because after that, we just lost the momentum. The entire game shifted. And then we could have got it back, but Ty threw the interception. And then that's when I was like, yeah, like there's no way Ty's coming back from that. If I was a coach, I would have benched him right there. Nick Saban done it. There's multiple coaches that's done that when their quarterback is struggling. Why not? Like, it ain't going to hurt us because we're already down by 2 scores. Why not just put Mack in or Keelan in? I get it. The game was a little bit probably too big for them, but I feel like Ty has like a concussion or something because this dude has not been right since freaking the last month. And it's just everybody's found out the blueprint is blitz Bama every time, and you're going to win probably about double digits.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Timothy, I appreciate the call. I'm going to run through all the calls tonight, man. So I appreciate the call, man. Be safe on the road.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
All right, Angel from Pigeon Forge, you're up.
What's up, Kyle? Where do I begin? Well, honestly, I think it might happen again this year where Bama gets left out of the playoffs, but maybe there's a slim hope. But it's a tough season. Players banged up. Injuries happen. It's football, but like this game was not really competitive from the very. It was competitive, but at the same time they fought their hearts out in this game, and Georgia was just too much to handle in this game because LT Overton, he hurt. That injury or the illness he had, that blew this team. Alabama defensively, and they were not the same without LT Overton. Same thing with offense with Josh Cuevas and Jan Miller. And look, and I'm not making excuses. Injuries happen in football. It's part of the game. But we got to get better at recruiting, these players, and getting better depth. And, Kevin DeBoer, he's going to have some questions like, benching Ty or not, which I think he should have benched him because this performance wasn't his best, but they had backups for a reason. And he should have put him in, Austin Mack or Kalen Russell, to see what we got for next year. And I wouldn't be surprised if they matches up with Michigan or pair us up with BYU. Because I feel like that's going to happen. We're going to be paired up with BYU in this game and, in the bowl game because there's a slim chance that we might make the playoffs. But honestly, I think in a few years, Kyle, that conference championship games will mean nothing now. Like, wouldn't you agree with that? Like, they'll just – like, I was surprised if teams, decline the invite because what happened today in the committee – well, sure, not will penalize teams that play an extra game. I mean, you think that's going to happen in a few years? And also, Bama tried, but Georgia just came prepared better in this game. And look, it's hard to win rematches or, multiple times against the team. I know DeBoer's done it once or a couple times at Washington, but it is really difficult. And it's going to be a shame, though, that the committee won't look at the strength of schedule and all this. And it's a damn shame because, it's the NFL now. They wanted this. And this is what you get when you don't have your full roster. And I get it. Depletion is part of the game, yes.
Mm-hmm.
But we saw today that LT Overton and everybody, like, this game was not – it was just frustrating because that's just how I feel about it. And I'm going to be surprised if the committee left this out again this year. And I get it. The fan base will wreak havoc when that happens. I can guarantee you that the fan base will call for his head if they'll make the playoffs in year 3 because this is unacceptable. -3 yards.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't trust the committee. I really don't. But we got to hope on a Hail Mary prayer that we can get in the playoffs. But at the same time, it's going to be tough, Kyle. Roll Tide, man. I didn't want to keep you on too long. I'm kind of pissed off a little bit and disappointed. But our guys gave our hearts out, and I'm about to tear down here. And I really do feel like this team should be in the playoffs because of the strings of schedule and the teams they beat. That should matter than some cupcakes that they played.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a damn shame.
Yep.
Roll Tide, Kyle. I love y'all. Don't be down. Just pray for a Hail Mary. Roll Tide. Keep your heads up, everyone. We'll be fine.
All right. Thanks for calling in, Doug.
Roll Tide.
All right. That's Angel calling out from Pigeon Forge. I'll get to my next call in just a second. This says commercial on the screen, but I don't take commercials. So just I'm doing like a million things on this other side. We'll take a 850. Come with it. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Come with it. I appreciate you calling in.
Hey, guys. Jay Fisk calling. I called from a different number today.
Oh, man. You switched up the number on me. Okay. I got you. You're good. Come with it.
This is bullshit. I don't know what I'm about to say. Sorry for my French, but all this is bullshit. The whole offense is bullshit. How they play was bullshit. Everything was just completely shit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not being positive about it because it was ass. Ty Simpson was ass tonight.
Mm-hmm.
The play calling was ass. We played the defense. The only good part about this team tonight. The only part. Like, I do. I mean, I have to admit, this is a serious question. Do you want this team to play in the playoffs? How we played tonight?
Mm-hmm.
I don't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like, this was embarrassing.
Mm-hmm.
We got whooped tonight. Whooped.
Mm-hmm.
And we want this team to play in the playoffs?
Playoffs? Oh, man.
Well, I'm done, Kyle. I'll be positive after that, but I just had to get that line out. So that's it. Thank you, Kyle. Guys, the greatest.
All right, man. Take it easy. I appreciate you calling in. Calling in from the burner phone. 321. Hey, thanks for calling in. You're on line with Kyle Henderson. Come with it, man. Hello?
Hey, what's going on, Kyle?
What's up, man? Who am I on the line with? Yeah, who is this? Where are you calling in from?
This is Desmond from Melbourne, Florida.
All right, come with it, man. Welcome to the show. Can you turn down that background music,
What's
please?
going on?
You got like background noise, like
Yeah.
the TV or whatever. Just turn it down. I used to give
you
people,
giving that, Kyle?
I used to give people like 2 seconds, and I realized that wasn't long enough, man. So you're good, man. Welcome to the show. Go ahead, come with it.
Man, that was just a horrible game, man. I don't know what they was play calling they was doing. It just wasn't working. And Ty Simpson, he gotta stop backpedaling. He backpedaling like he a safety. I don't know what he doing back there. He gotta roll out. If he roll out, he can easily get 5 yards running. And that can be part of the run game. But he just keep backpedaling, and I don't know what they got going on.
Mm-hmm.
The screenplays was working, but they only do 2 a game, which is off the screenplay. And then they ran the other one to Ryan Williams, and that was the only screen they ran for the whole game. Georgia blitzed on 50% of the defense. The 50% of the defense is blitzing.
Yeah.
Why are we not running more screens?
Mm-hmm.
And the screen's going to set up the deep pass because if you keep blitzing, and then, like you got, I don't know, Kyle. I mean, Georgia did this. The whole first half, they ran screens, and then what they did the second half, came out with the play action, faked the screen, and got the pass down the sideline. Well, I don't understand why we don't do the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Only thing we can do is either little short passes or we can do a trick play. One of the two. We can't do nothing else on offense. And they got to figure it out to be these two great offensive dudes, and they can't figure out offense. Don't make no sense.
Mm-hmm.
We call it better offense playing now, and then they do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, Cal. It's a 4th and 30 to get in the playoffs. That's all I can say. I just pray we make it. I feel like we make it. We got enough time. Everybody can get healthy. We might can win this thing, but yeah, I don't know, Cal. It's gonna be a rough one.
Yeah. I appreciate you calling in, man. Thanks for calling in, bro. All right, we go to our next call. We got a 205 coming in. I know there's a lot of moving parts and stuff like that. So a couple things to think about, and the questions that I have for you. Maybe we can just create a graphic with these 3 questions. Okay. The first question is, does Alabama make the playoffs? The second kind of note will be, why didn't Coach Kalen DeBoer make a change at quarterback? And then I think the third one will be assessment of Ryan Grubb, right? All right, let's see. We got a super chat in here, and then we'll go to our 205. By the way, the call-in line is here at the bottom. And remember, when you call in, make some points and then kind of dip out because we got a lot of people calling in, okay? All right, let's see. Robert says, appreciate you, Kyle. No quarterback can do good with that. 5 crucial drops. Yeah, there were some drops, right? I'm sad there are so many posters in here. Sad there's so many posters in here, I guess, doubting Ty. Props to Georgia. Came ready. Grubb not calling underneath slants is so odd. Yeah, playoffs, he says yes. You know, I kind of wonder, too, like about Alabama's offensive philosophy. I really think that we have weapons to run crossing routes, crossing patterns. They just don't do that often. 205, let's take it.
Hey, Kyle, how you doing today, brother?
What's up, bro? Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Ralph from Birmingham, Alabama.
What's up, Ralph? Come with it, bro. Hope you're I was going to say had some time to cool down, but the game just ended shit. So if you're mad, it's all good.
Hey, man, this game was absolutely trash.
I know.
It seemed like we did not have a good offensive game plan, a strategy to play against Georgia, even though we have tape, even though we had time to build. I know a lot of people want to blame Ty for a lot of it. He's not 100%. He was rushed for most of the night. The offensive line didn't hold up. But you can't have a passing game when you have a non-existent running game. Mm-hmm. The running game was just non-existent, and you have to have balance. Nick Saban has taught us that you have to be balanced. Kirby Smart is under the tutelage of Nick Saban, been with him for a long time, and he knew what to do, and he read us. He had a strategy for us. So drop balls, unable to run the ball, Ty not being accurate with his throws, Ryan Grubb in his play calling, like he really need to answer for what he did, because that was just awful. It's like he didn't watch no film, and it seemed like he was just stubborn in his play calling, like he's going to force whatever situation he wanted. He was trying to force it. So defense played amazing. This is not on defense. Defense did their job to the extent that 4th and 2 call. We could have ran some of those balls, did a running game on those 3rd and 2s. I mean, we could have did running plays instead of passing play to try to get 2 yards. What is that? But, I don't think we should be in the playoffs off this performance, because I don't see it getting any better. So I'm going to leave it right there. I appreciate you taking my call, man. Have a good night.
All right. Thanks, man. Take it easy. All right, man. That was Ralph, who didn't have time to cool off, so I shouldn't have asked him that. But I am asking these questions inside the comment box, just like food for thought, okay? Let me ask one of these questions. I'll go back to my next call in just a minute. Get comfy. All my friends are calling, and my family's calling, and my daughter's about to perform here at 7, so let's just relax. Okay, so we've already asked this question. I think we got another really nice super chat, which I appreciate. He says, I was embarrassing. Okay, so he says, Bama in the playoffs. And 72% of us right now in kind of the reactionary phase of our life say no, okay? I think I'd probably say no right now if I was asked that question. The other one is kind of long-term. We'll pass that one about Ty Simpson. How about what is our current approval rating of Coach Kalen DeBoer? Scale of 1 to 10. 10 being like, this is the guy. 8, we straight. 9, we fine. 6, mid. 5, 4, we trash, right? We too low, bang ding ow. Something wrong. All right, 260. Hey, what's up, man? I appreciate you calling in. Who am I line with? Where are you calling in from?
Hey there, this is actually Grace I'm in Georgia right now.
Oh, okay. I appreciate it. What'd you say your first name was?
Grace.
All right, Grace. Welcome to the show. I appreciate you calling in. Come with it. You're on the line.
Yes, so first of all, I don't think you can put it all on Ty, because the offensive line was just, terrible this time.
Mm-hmm.
And we were dominated at the line of scrimmage. Oh, my goodness. Your question about DeBoer right now,
Mm-hmm.
I'll be honest, I'll give him a 6. And I liked him at first, but I also have a question for you. What do you think Lane Kiffin's ultimate goal is? Do you think that his goal is for Alabama, or what? And then also, I'm just going to say that, the formula for beating Alabama, I think, started with Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
Their defense blitzes and the plays, and because we just can't run the ball, and the receivers don't get separation. So, anyway, that's my input.
All right.
I love your show. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you so much. All right. Take it easy. The whole thing with Lane Kiffin is kind of interesting. I know it might not have so much relevancy at this point in time, but I do feel deep in my heart that Lane Kiffin wants Alabama more than anything else. I strongly feel that Lane Kiffin wants to be exactly like Coach Saban. I mean, even the way he talks, right, and uses his hands and kind of his emotions. And I do feel that he didn't make his decision until after the results of Auburn and Alabama. That's just something that I believe. I think he still wants to be here, and I think if this job came open, I think he'd leave LSU immediately, and I think he'd come here to Alabama. That's just what I think. Like Grace was saying, maybe the formula came up. Something happened to Alabama's offense. I think around the LSU game, or maybe that was the Oklahoma game, where they figured out just send the house, and Ty Simpson struggles with deep balls because he does. Like, that just hasn't been a strong suit of him. Now, he threw a couple passes tonight that were dropped, but I think collectively we all know that he's kind of struggled in that area, and maybe that was the formula to beat Alabama, right? I mean, this team could not run the football. I don't know. All right, we'll go back to the phone lines. And kind of the next question that I have for you before I take this 863 is why don't you think Coach Kalen DeBoer pulled Ty Simpson? Why? Honestly, inside the chat, like, not even flaming, like, why don't you think that DeBoer pulled Ty? And why didn't DeBoer pull Milroe? So now we've gone to 2 consecutive seasons. And even like Jarvis, he threw a super chat and he was like, I think we should start another quarterback for the bowl game. Yeah, but I mean, if we're on pace, we're going to still start Ty if they don't make the playoffs, right? I don't know, man. I think he's playing way too controlled. All right, 863.
Hey, Kyle. It's Kurt Black Bass.
Hey, what's up, Kurt? I appreciate you calling in, man. I know it's not the best of circumstances, but
yeah. Hey, it is what it is at this point.
Mm-hmm.
This is the first time I called you. I've been a long-time supporter of the channel.
Yeah, love
the content. I want to answer your question. Why he's a loyal to the T kind of guy, and I think to his default, he's never really benched a quarterback. Even I think you could probably go back to Fresno State, and he's never benched a quarterback when games got out of hand. Of course, he's not been in too many games that got out of hand. So you've I don't know. Kirby, what was it? College game day, Kirby Smart said, well, you put a backup quarterback in there, coach. What if that wasn't synonymous for the game? I don't know what you could say. 'Cause he could have put somebody in there, but I don't what I would like to see though is I'm a number 7 on Kalen DeBoer. He hasn't recruited his type of group. When he come in, the way Saban retired, he lost like 26 players, I think total in the transfer portal. So that hurt the depth right away, and he couldn't go out and get players in the transfer portal. So he took a hit. Look at Julian Sayin. Look at Caleb Downs. Some guys that got out because they didn't know him because they wanted to play for Saban. Those guys are balling out right now. And had they been on our team, Julian Sayin probably would be our starters. But Alabama fans, we don't deal in ifs, do we? So we're a good I think we're going to be okay. Yeah. But if Grubb don't start calling some hot routes, I mean, I can play on the video game on 26 and run a hot route, and if a linebacker shoots, there goes the crossing route or so many times tonight, Lazier Brooks, if he looks back on one of them where they sent the house, he's wide open, streaking down the field, but he never looks back. He runs up the field for 20 yards. So I don't know. It gets a little frustrating at this time. I had to simmer my dog. His name's Bama. I had to simmer him down, and after I got him all tucked away, so I'll be all right because I'm in Florida, but I live around nothing but Georgia fans, and it's weird. I guess because they don't really have a team to root for, so it's wild, man.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate you calling in, man. Calling again, and thanks for joining the program.
Yeah. God bless you, man. Have a good
you
one.
too, bro. All right, take it easy. All right, 469. Hey, thanks. Thanks for calling in. You're online with Kyle Henderson. Welcome to the show. Who am I online with, and where are you calling in from?
Yeah, Kyle. This is Cedric caller from Dallas.
All right, Cedric. Welcome to the program. I appreciate it. I know it's not the best circumstances, but welcome to the program.
Yeah, we still try to stay practical about everything. Of course, we hate the Alabama loss, but your first question was. Alabama do enough to get into the playoffs. So I start with this. I don't think Alabama getting into the playoff at this point is about Alabama. It's about the reputation of the committee. So Alabama did enough as far as like the schedule and who they beat over the course of the schedule. You know, I feel like them being in position coming into this game had a lot to do with the committee's reputation in the first place. Because based on like the fan base, we thought that we should have been further along before I lost to Oklahoma early in, a few games back when we fell like 6 spots. So we shouldn't even be this low to begin with going into the SEC championship game. And so at this point, them taking us up and putting us in the 9th spot was to try to rectify some stuff that they did wrong as far as committee going into the SEC championship game. So had they done enough to get in there? Yes. Are they better than BYU? In my opinion, absolutely. Are they better than Miami? In my opinion, absolutely. So at this point, it's what the committee has on as far as reputation online, whether Alabama gets in or not. I'm going to say if they had got scored no points, that's going to vote no. But the fact that they beat Georgia already may be enough to still get Alabama in at the end of the day as far as their reputation for the championship game not hurting us.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So that's going to be an answer to the number one. Number two, why did Kalen DeBoer not bench the quarterback? So my opinion is this. You know, where was our recruiting class? Number two. And like 247 had us number two.
Mm-hmm.
How we done as far as recruiting quarterbacks? Pretty good. What could be one of the reasons why? Well, because he's loyal to quarterbacks. And let's just say week 6 of this year. Mm-hmm. What was Ty Simpson's reputation as far as potential in the draft? Pretty high.
Yeah.
You know, we was looking at him as being maybe number 2 on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Now, at this point, it's obviously dropped because we've had some losses since then. But what would be kind of a death sentence to that draft stock? Being benched. Being benched in a championship game when you're thinking about possibly going into the draft.
That's not bad.
Your stock as far as draft.
That's not bad.
Now, here's the thing. So you got draft stock and you got playoffs. Now, Alabama has a lot of key pieces, but they're not quite where they want to be in the eyes of Kalen DeBoer and what he wants to do at Alabama. So in order to continue to get these number 2 in the country draft classes that have key quarterbacks coming in and things of that nature, it's probably good to not bench your quarterback this late in the year. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So if you had done that early in the year, kind of had multiple people playing early in the year, but now that you've got his reputation to this point, it's kind of it makes you look a little bit bad at that point to bench him. Mm-hmm. Not saying that's what I would have done, but I'm just saying that's what I think his reason was.
Mm-hmm.
As far as his rating as a coach, it's when you ask a question like that, you're thinking championship versus a regular coach versus a subpar coach or whatever. As far as his ability to recruit and things like that, I think he's pretty good. Now, as far as elite coaches like Kirby Smart and people like that, his inability to make these tough decisions like benching a quarterback in key moments makes me hesitant to put him in our top high echelon of coaches, which puts him probably around a 7.5 for me. So, I say maybe 7.5 as far as a rating for as a coach. He won't be able to get into that high echelon until he's still in a position where he's able to make those type of tough decisions. We're all seeing he should have, on paper, tuck the quarterback out today, but he wasn't able to do that. So that's what I would say. I did want to make one final point on something that nobody's really talked about before I go ahead and jump off here. Ryan Williams and his struggles. And I played the game, I played receiver. And one thing that I've noticed is last year when he had a different quarterback, even though that quarterback was struggling, he wasn't dropping nearly as many passes. And it seems with Ty, I kind of feel like they might not be on the same page, quarterback to receiver relationship wise. Mm-hmm. The touch that Ty puts on certain passes and stuff don't seem to be correlating with multiple receivers, to be honest. But I think you may be surprised when there's a different quarterback and that quarterback's throwing the ball around, how much he might be able to catch the ball easier for some weird reason, I'm thinking. Mm-hmm. But that's just my 2 cents. Just wanted to just go ahead and drop that to you guys. I thank you for your time, and I'll let you get on to the next call.
All right, man. Thanks for calling in. I appreciate it. All right, we have 662 and a 205. I'll get you guys in just a second. I appreciate y'all joining the program. What I did right here was I listed kind of the post-game questions, as you can see, A, B, C, D, E, in terms of the game. And I think we should have a quote coming up here from Coach Kalen DeBoer here momentarily. We'll just put that on the next slide after post-game questions, if you could. And because Coach Kalen DeBoer was asked about the playoff chances, and he answered a couple questions. So I'll add that to the screen in just a minute. Thank you so much. And we'll go to the call line, which is a 662. Hey,
Yo, what up?
Yeah, what's up, man? Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Man, this is Zachary. How you doing?
What's up, Zach? Where are you calling in from, bro?
Calling in from Tuscaloosa, baby.
What's up, Zach? I appreciate it. T-Town, dog. I'm up in here too, man. Welcome to the program. Yeah, T-Town. What's up, Zach?
Man, I'm gonna be honest. I'm a little depressed.
Yeah.
I wanna know what you think.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think if we put Austin Mack in at, let's say, halfway through the second quarter, do you think there's a different outcome?
Yeah, I do. I don't know if they win, but I think like different outcome and meaning you get a spark. And look, I have small data to work with. And the only data that I have comes against the second half against Eastern Illinois. Okay? So that's not even a strong argument. But what I saw in the second
No, I agree with you.
Yo, Zach, do you agree? And
if you watch Austin Mack during the Eastern Illinois game, okay, you watched Ty Simpson during the Eastern Illinois game. Mm-hmm. He threw, I will say one interception, but I mean really two. Yeah. But the second one really didn't count because that was last second. I mean, he just drives down the field. He's perfect. His passes almost look perfect. If he came out and did the same thing against Georgia, oh dude, we've got the dub easily.
I feel like
I was looking.
I just feel, Zach, like in that second half, which is not the strongest argument, it just seems like the offense had a little bit more fluidity with Austin at that point in time. I'm not calling it like it's all on tie or whatever. It's just like the offense really hasn't had any sort of spark, like none. And sometimes you just need a quick little reset, a reboot to get everything kind of going. But yeah, that was my question.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Zach. Finish out.
So I don't know. I told my brothers today, I was like, dude, today's going to be the day Ryan Williams goes off. I mean, let's be honest, he's played a lot better than he's played today than he has all season. But my thing is, I don't know. The first drive that our offense had, it looked like our defense completely tore them up the first drive that they had the ball. And then we get the ball. We're running the ball down the field. We're running it down the throat. We get, 8 yards the first two runs. It's 3rd and 2, and Ryan Grubb calls this. Am I allowed to cuss?
Sure.
Ryan Grubb calls this gay-ass play. He decides to do a little toss back 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage and then run it upfield instead of just running it down their throat again.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why would you call that play?
Mm-hmm.
Why would you call that play? We were going down the field easily. You could have easily gotten the first down. I mean, the momentum was on our side at that point because we embarrassed them, really. Our defense embarrassed them the first drive that they had, and we started pounding it down their throat. And then you call this stupid play on 3rd and 2nd. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of Ryan Grubb. I don't like his play calls.
Yeah.
I really feel like he's a big reason why, and a lot of people love Ryan Grubb, think he's the best thing ever. I don't know. I'm just not a big fan of Ryan Grubb.
Yeah, I have that here. Hey, chat, inside the comment box, under item E over here, how would you assess Ryan Grubb on a scale of 1 to 10? It might be reaction. I'm just asking tonight, probably ask tomorrow as well. But thoughts on Ryan Grubb? Hey, Zach, I appreciate you calling from T-Town, man. We'll sleep this off and we'll see where the chips fall tomorrow, man. Thanks for calling in.
Appreciate you, man. Have a blessed one.
Yeah, you too, bro. All right, 205, let's do it.
What's up, Kyle?
What's up? Who am I on the line with? Where are you calling in from?
Voice of Reason from Guin, Alabama.
Okay.
Northwest Alabama, Marion County.
Yeah, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much. Wait, okay, Guin, Alabama. Why does that sound familiar? Is that up where those golf courses
it's right off Corridor X or I-22.
Like, is that by the golf courses, Heartbreaker, Backbreaker? Am I in the right spot?
No, we got Pikeville Country Club.
All right, I'll have to look at the map.
There's not much here. We got one red light, brother.
That's all good. Those are the best type of towns. All right, Voice of Reason, come with it. I'm serious. My grandparents live in or my grandfather's not passed, but my grandparents live in a tiny town in northeast New Mexico, and it's the best. It's just simple, It's just like that one grocery store.
It's
just like
It's laid back living until you watch a game like we watched tonight.
All right, voice of reason, come with it, man. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I want to give my 2 cents. It looks bad, but you start breaking it down. The block punt, the interception. I mean, that's 14 points.
Yeah.
I mean, that changes the complexity of it a lot. And I really think too, one touchdown that they got is because our defense was gassed. And a lot of people too calling for DeBoer. I mean, I get it. I get the frustration, man. I'm telling you, I burnt my couch 20 minutes ago, but I mean, I think it's really better than it looks. I don't think DeBoer micromanages like Kirby or like Nick. I think a lot more of the blame is on the offensive coordinator. It's on the staff. I think he really CEOs and just oversees everything. And I think everybody needs to be careful and just take a step back. I mean, look at Penn State and how everything tanked when they fired their head guy. And you need to think, what's out there, I mean, I like a lot of things about DeBoer, and I like a lot of things about the Tide. I mean, our recruiting is great. I mean, I just, roll Tide. And I honestly think we deserve to be in the playoffs. And, and if the committee doesn't agree and they say that the number 1 seed, the champion of the regular season, don't belong in a 12-team playoff, then the SEC commissioner needs to burn it to the ground. And if you don't, Alabama needs to change conferences. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, I appreciate the call. Thank you so much. Voice of reason calling in.
Yes, sir.
Good call. I like it. I like to hear the different points of view. I get it. We're probably all in negative town right now, and this is it's obviously more reactionary, and things are, I'm telling you, so I'm a morning person. Things are way better in the morning when you've slept things off and it's the day is quiet, right? The evening times get a little dicey because you've had all the stress of the day and stuff like that. Just kind of small wisdom. So I might have a change of heart on a couple of things tomorrow morning when we start to kind of assess different things. But, you kind of look at question 1, Alabama in the playoffs. At this point, and I don't know if it's reactionary or if you're just going off one game, it's probably no for me right now, but I want to sleep on it and think of collectively the entire season, The approval rating of Coach Kalen DeBoer, we've had kind of mixed reactions, and currently inside the comment box, 6 of 7 is 35%. There's still a lot of people that, maybe view things from the outside, and you look at the recruiting's been really strong. He did win 10 games, 10-3. That's a, better performance than last year. You made it the SEC championship game. You did beat Georgia, did beat 4 top 25 teams in the country. Nobody else can do that or has done that. Unfortunately, you kind of look to point number E over here, and the offense, man, who would have thought one of the things that we'd be talking about at this point in time is just that the offense could never really find itself. And we kept on talking about that, but I think that's a big one right now. 501. Hey, thanks for calling in.
Kyle. This is Dennis from Arkansas.
Dennis, what's up, man? I appreciate you calling in. Welcome to the show.
I got a question for you.
Okay.
On the number 1 point there, is Bama in the playoffs. You're sitting in that room because this is the one night that whole committee gets together and they sit there and they watch these games. Take away our bias, mine and yours, from Alabama and how we love our team. Would you vote for them tonight?
No.
Because they're voting tonight.
Yeah,
the rankings get revealed tomorrow, but they're voting tonight. And so would you vote for them?
No.
I mean, and this is going to be the question because BYU is clearly out the way they got beat.
Yeah, and they didn't look good anyways.
Right, and they're clearly out. So you're going to have Alabama weighed up against Miami.
Yep.
And Notre Dame.
And then so really
those are going to be the 3 teams.
Yeah, and then really, Dennis, right, it comes down to Miami because Miami has the head-to-head over Notre Dame, right?
That's right. and they're in the ACC, barring that they did sit at home this weekend. That's the only plus that we have as far as getting in as a bubble team, because the two teams below us sat at home, you know. But if they're going to punish BYU like that, you know, if they're going to punish BYU like that, then I think they punish us as well, you know. And another thing, I got one issue with Grubb. He's a good play caller. He's okay in certain moments. But I just think he got a little too comfortable, Cal. I mean, what happened to loosening Ty Simpson up with the Jeremy Bernard plays and all the motions and the jet sweeps and making them play sideline to sideline, basically like they did us when we got in the red zone. They made us play sideline to sideline because they know the strength of our defense. And their defense is not too much different from ours, Cal. You know, he's sitting there, he's straight dropping back with Ty Simpson like he's Peyton Manning or somebody. You know, you can't do that. You got to loosen him up. And that's the one thing I give Georgia credit for tonight. Before they expected anything from Stockton, they loosened him up. They got the ball out fast on the edges, made us play sideline to sideline with our defense, and they just looked like the better team. They looked like the better, way more prepared than we were for this game. And another thing, I don't know. You tell me. It looks like the offense is just tired. Everything looks so methodical. Like, I mean, if I can sit at home and know what play's coming, you know, you just can imagine what they know. I mean, it's kind of crazy to me. Everybody looks like they've taken a step back or can't get their feet under them, or I just don't understand. Defense played a pretty good game besides red zone defense. And so, I mean, there it is. You got to kind of spank Womack a little bit too, because Bobo killed him with his red zone play calling. I mean, we were out of place. We didn't have an answer when they got in the red zone. Now if they had to drive the field, they had a real hard time. But yeah, those are the few points that I kind of wanted to make, Cal. And I just, you know, I kind of want to get your view on those points. Like, where are the plays that got us to where we're at? You know, where are these plays? What happened? They were working. Why would you take them out of our offense and they're working? We had a conversation earlier, and you even had the question, you know, who would be the next Jeremy Bernard, like Debo Samuels type player? And I just think Grubb hasn't done a good job of keeping defenses off their heels. They're able to just pin their ears back and put 8 in the box and run straight at Ty Simpson with no repercussions, you know, because we've taken those plays away. You know, he did the one good screen right there in the end, the one that Bernard scored on, actually. That was a real good play call at a real good moment. But other than that, I think we got outcoached. We definitely got outplayed. Our offense looked tired. And I just don't know what the committee's going to think. You know, the only thing that we have in our favor for this weekend is that we played the game. You know, but yeah, that's my point, Cal. I don't want to hold you too much longer.
All right. Thanks, Dennis. I appreciate it, man. Thanks for calling in.
Yes, sir.
All right. You know what I'm going to do? Because a lot of you guys have been bringing up good points about Alabama making the playoffs or not. I'm not prideful enough to just be like, this is my way and that's it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make my final assessment if I feel that Alabama should make the playoffs or not after I sleep on it, because I don't like to make reactionary decisions. I think I'm kind of a little bit upset right now, and I'm not making a clear decision on if Alabama should make the playoffs, because it's like I feel like kind of too rushed. I think you guys are bringing up some good points, and one of the things I was thinking about before I'm gonna get to my next calls in a second, but you know what's part of the principles is well, Steve had inside the comm box bring this up. This is perfect timing, Steve. You know, it is part of the principles that they do take into the account missing key players and how that does affect the team. That's literally in the principles, and same thing with coaches. You know what I'm saying? So, like, okay, let me ask you this. Now, I know there's a lot of people that were calling for Daniel Hill, but Jan Miller at his best, that's a better Alabama football team. Will he be back in the playoffs? Yes, right? They were also missing Josh Cuevas, right? That's a big weapon for Ty Simpson. And then when you start to look at Alabama's resume, you know, he's got a good resume. And plus, they played Georgia. Georgia would have beat Miami tonight. Georgia would have beat Notre Dame tonight. Georgia would have beat whoever tonight, right? So look, let's see. Driving says Vegas still has us and Notre Dame. Make you see? So, I mean, I think like maybe I'm gonna sleep on this. I'm gonna make my final decision tomorrow. I feel like a little bit hot right now, so I think I'm like kind of upset that they lost. But I want to make the final decision tomorrow. Let's see what Coach Kalen DeBoer said. If this game applies to and takes away from our resume, I don't think that's right. I don't know how much you can go into a conference championship game. See, this is another good point. As the number one seed of the SEC against one of the top teams in the nation, that can hurt you and keep you out of the playoffs. Yeah, I might be changing my tune a little bit. I think I'm starting to calm down. Yeah, I think I'm kind of starting to weigh a different way. Interesting. I'll take more calls in just a second. But let's see this other quote from Coach Kalen DeBoer. I think you can look at the games we had throughout the season, but if you're really looking at this game, it was a 14-point game with 7.5 minutes to go. We had the ball. You can look at things that didn't go well, but we gave them 4 short fields, and that's a testament to our defense. Okay. Yeah, I mean, shoulda, woulda, coulda. You know, I mean, and you know what's going to be crazy is the fact that it's like, yeah, see, Maroon Panthers having confidence. That's why I think I might be changing my tune a little bit. It's hard to change your opinion, right? But I think if you have enough like reason to and you start to listen to other people, that's why I love the show. I don't know everything, I promise you. And how many times in life have we made bad decisions when we're mad? Maybe that means I'm getting older. I don't know. All right, 251. Hey, thanks for being patient. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
It's Robbie from Spring Hill.
Robbie, what's up, bro? I appreciate you calling in.
All right, so I'm just gonna do a couple points and then get out of here so other people can talk. But I don't think the board needs to go anywhere. I mean, I think that's pretty clear. 10-2. I mean, he number one team in the SEC. Obviously, he didn't win the championship, but going into the SEC championship game, we were the number one team in the SEC. I mean, obviously, this game was severely disappointing. I think the offense was very bad. I mean, we just got dominated by Georgia. We've known this. Ty Simpson does not do well when he's under pressure, and he had a guy in his face every time he passed the ball. That's one. We lost to FSU like that because the line got dominated, and we got dominated again.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think for Bama to have a good offense, especially with, I would say Ty has regressed a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I think the offense has regressed a little bit, but Ty has, and the number one thing, Ty needs time. He needs to make the reads, right?
Mm-hmm.
We don't pass deep. We don't have a deep ball. We do short and intermediate throws in the middle of the field.
Mm-hmm.
If Ty doesn't get in the flow when he has pressure on him, if he can't get in the flow, we have no pass game and we don't have a run game. We had -3 yards. Obviously, it's from sacks, but -3 yards rushing the entire game. Like we have to pass the ball. and we can't protect Ty, so we're not going to win the game. And I'll say why we didn't pull Ty. So, how do you think the playoff? Question to you: how do you think the playoff committee would view if we pulled our starting quarterback? If we're quote unquote a playoff team and we're pulling our starting quarterback, like you know how that looks at like.
Yeah, I thought about that too, and I was thinking like during the game, I someone brought that up, or I started thinking about that, and I think that clearly like signals like major problems. Whereas like if they keep Ty in, they're basically like, yo, this is our starter going up against an elite Georgia defense. And look, let's not get it twisted. I've said this about Georgia because I don't want to discredit anything that Georgia did in this game. Georgia, let me ask everybody inside the chat, okay? Would Georgia beat Tulane? Yes. Would Georgia beat James Madison? Yes. Would Georgia beat all the rest of the teams, mostly it left in the field? Yes. Like, this is a damn good team. And to think, like, Alabama, just because they got here, that they're going to be penalized, like, based on how they played against this type of Georgia team. I mean, I do feel that Alabama is held to a different standard. Alabama did have injured players. Alabama already beat this team. They split on the season. You know, look, I think Georgia would have beat pretty much everybody. Maybe, I don't even know if they beat these two teams playing. Maybe so. I mean, Georgia's that good of a football team. But anyways, you want to make another point, Robbie, before I move on to my next caller?
Yeah, I'll just say I think we should be in the playoffs. You know, I think Miami is in. It's going to be between us and Notre Dame. I mean, if you look at the schedules, if we get punished, obviously this was a horrible game for us, no doubt.
Yeah.
But if we get punished for making the SEC championship when Notre Dame was playing nobodies, the two best teams that they played against, they lost to. It was close, and it was early in the season. I understand that. But the two best teams that they played, they lost to. It's as simple as that. We beat 4 ranked teams in a row. It is not that, like, we have the schedule on them by far.
100%.
And if we do get kicked out, why would you go to a title game? It completely disregards a title game. There's no point in playing in the title game if you're going to get punished for it.
Yeah.
Because in the past, it hasn't happened. When TCU lost to who did they play? And when TCU went in the playoffs, they lost their conference game, correct? To Kansas State.
Yeah.
They still went in, right? So and it's happened like before. Like we shouldn't get punished for it. That's all I'll say, I think.
Yeah. All right, man. Good call. I appreciate it. Yeah, I like the different points of views. I really do. And you know, our last caller brought up a really good point too. It's like oh my God, did you see Fernando Mendoza just get hit? Are you watching this? Turn this game on. Fernando Mendoza just got hit about as hard as any human on earth has ever been hit in a game. Oh my God. Yo, is he up? Fernando Mendoza's walking to the sideline. He's going to be okay. But, I mean, he got hit. Ooh, did you see this? Oh, my God. Yo, is he okay? All right. But, like, kind of the now that kind of emotions are kind of calming down, I think we're starting to look at the season from a whole rather than just, like, a singular game. I guess, like, playing devil's advocate, just to talk a little bit, is was this team trending, like, kind of down at the end of the season? I think you argue that is like, well, look at the competition that they were going against, right? It was not like Oklahoma dominated them. That was a game they could have won. Auburn's defense, you know how good they were, right? It's interesting to think about. Because now you're being penalized. Look, what if Ole Miss? Can you imagine if Ole Miss would have played in this game and they would have lost? And they'd be like, well, you don't have your coach, and you lost the game, and you're penalized. Anybody who would have made that game probably would have lost at Georgia tonight from the SEC. 205. Hey, thanks for calling. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
This is a black guy from Tuscaloosa.
Hey, what's up, black guy? Appreciate you calling in, man. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, I finally made it in. After I've calmed down and not read all over, I'm kind of tired of the whole Kalen DeBoer hate. Like I'm getting really sick of it. It's annoying to see from the fans because I mean it's not entirely on him. Now I will say that 4th down call very questionable. I mean, I don't know why you would do that. I would have never done that, but I digress. Him doing that, and then I kind of, why he didn't change QBs, I think it also kind of goes back to, he is a loyal guy when it comes to his guys. But at the same time, what do you tell the committee? I think somebody else brought this up. Like, what are you telling the committee when you swap out your QB, in this title game? I don't know. I don't think it looks good. I think you try to just go the whole way. Overall, Georgia outplayed us, and, it wasn't all on Ty. I think it was more on Grubb with these play calls. And, I never liked Grubb. Somebody can try to quote me from earlier in the season. I didn't like Grubb. I didn't want him here, but, it is what it is. Ty made some throws that got dropped by receivers. That's a constant problem throughout the season. And, I think even if we swapped out the QB, what's Austin Mack or Keelan Russell going to do when there's defenders blowing past the O-line like they were with Ty all night? I think that's really all I have to say about the game.
Yeah. All right, well, I appreciate it, man. Thanks for the feedback and the contributions inside the comment box, man. I appreciate you being here, man. Call in again next time. All right, we got a 301. We got a 301 and a 662. Fernando Mendoza taking a shot downfield and incomplete. Score is 0-0. I'm sure you guys are watching this game as well. You should. I can't wait to see the results of this game. 301, let's take it. Hey, thanks for calling. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with? Where are you calling in from?
Hey, Kyle, it's Derek. I'm calling from Orlando, Florida. How you doing, man?
What's up, Derek? How you doing, man? I'm coming down. I think I'm becoming a little bit more rational at this point in time. I think I was a little hot earlier, just because it's like you think. I think like naturally as people, sometimes we tend to go like automatically to like a really negative place, but then I think like when rationale sets in and you like zoom out, I feel a little bit better. So yeah, I don't know. I definitely want to sleep on it and hope for the best. And I mean, the resume I think is still strong, but I do feel like, and I'm smart enough to understand that there are issues with this team. But look who they're playing. It's like nobody else is playing teams like this. Like Notre Dame isn't, Miami isn't. You know what I'm saying? Like the defenses that are playing, they're tough.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And first, I just want to say, man, Roll Tide, first of all. And watching this game, man, was a headache, man. I mean, the offense couldn't do anything. Every time Tide dropped the back, Georgia's defenders were just in his face, man. And I think the game changer would have been that drop by Ryan Williams. I think that hurt a little bit. And also, too, that drop by Jeremy Bernard when it got tipped in the end zone. I think that would have put us behind 2 touchdowns, I believe. Also, too, man, I just think the committee, me personally, I don't think they will leave us out of the playoffs due to our strength of schedule. But I mean, honestly, if we get in, man, we have to play much better. Ty has to play cleaner, and I don't know if you see it, but it's like every time Ty rolls out and he tries to force the ball in double coverage, man, I just don't understand it.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
It was weird watching some of the throws that Ty had tonight, because like even some short stuff to like some of his, like mostly to Daniel Hill on the outside, like on some swing routes, he was inaccurate there. And then ironically, some of the crazy throws that he had to make, it was like right on the money, but the receivers dropped the pass. Like Ryan dropped it clear. Right. Ryan dropped a touchdown. They later scored on that drive, thank goodness. But then like at the end of the game, it really should have been 28-14, because Jeremy Bernard, he dropped that kind of like tipped pass. I guess the guy barely touched it. And, if and look, did he drop it? Yes. Okay, hit him right in the chest. But if you played the game before and there's a barely micro tip, it seriously changes the trajectory of your eye discipline with the ball. It's the weirdest thing. It is so creepy, like you'd be like, oh, bro, come on, it barely got tipped. No, if you played, that if it barely gets tipped, the ball does weird things. So I'm like, I'm not going to hold that against him. But man, we'll see where the chips fall, bro. Give me your quick your assessment real fast on Ryan Grubb. Is like overall, what has been kind of your thoughts on Grubb?
Ryan Grubb, man, and these. I don't know. It's like the first half of the season, man. He was cooking, bro. But it's like now he's trying to do. It's like now he's trying to do too much.
Mm-hmm.
He is trying to do too much, man, and now it's biting him in the butt.
He has some
picking up on it now.
He has some crazy plays. What about that play with
Yes, yeah. I don't know what's up with these trick plays, man. But teams are starting to pick up on it, and they're. I don't know, man.
He was just, that one play where they threw it to Germ, and then Jeremy threw it over to.
He tossed it back. Yeah. I've seen that.
It was a first down, whatever. All right, man. I appreciate you calling, man. Thanks for joining the show, bro. See you, bro. All right, Kyle. Thank you, brother. Take it easy, man. All right, fam. I think I'm gonna stop right here. I got some more work to do. Plus, I'm watching this other game. So, look, I get it. It's hot. But I think what we should do is let's sleep on this. I think collectively, let's look at this from like a larger perspective and see how we feel in the morning. So I appreciate you guys kicking it with me. I know it's not the outcome that we wanted. You go to the SEC championship game, tough game to lose, especially like that. Like they didn't play well. They were outplayed, outcoached. Things, tie was off. They ran for like -3. There's a lot of negatives, but I think in the larger spectrum, they won 10 games, 10-3. And, if you ask yourself, you're like, damn, would Georgia beat Notre Dame? Yes. Come on. Would Georgia beat Miami? Yes. Would Miami and Notre Dame have survived those type of schedules that Alabama did? No. So I don't know. Let the chips fall. And, Coach Kalen DeBoer, clearly he feels like his team's still in. I think we were probably a little hot, probably a little reactionary in saying that they're out. But I feel a little bit better actually listening to you. You know what's crazy is I think tonight you guys helped me, walk me off the edge. And usually it's the other way around. How about that? Maybe I've started to turn more people to the optimistic side. I don't know. Well, I feel like you guys brought me back. So thank you. I feel better. All right. I know it sucked. That sucked to lose to Georgia fans because they'll remember that for eternity. Right? But that's how it is. All right, fam. I appreciate you guys. You're going to see more coverage. It's not like I just stop and go to bed. I have to cut videos and do all sorts of stuff. So I appreciate you guys. Thanks for kicking it with me inside the comment box. Thanks for calling in the show. Thanks so much for the super chats. I really appreciate it. Every single video, just hit the thumbs up as many times as you can. Get inside the comment box. And thank you very much for kicking it with me right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Love you, fam, and see you soon on some next videos. Bye.